Councilmember Alves,
Here.
Councilmember Richards,
Here.
Vice Mayor Wernicott,
Here.
Mayor Hughes.
Here. Okay, first item on our agenda is oral communications. Now is time if a member of public would like to speak on something not on tonight's agenda for them to do so. You have 3 minutes each. I see some hands going up from the public. First is Rita Gomez. Go ahead, Rita.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. I want to just thank you ahead of posting how many people are in the meeting, perhaps on the Blue Sky timer or some other means so that we would know how many people are in the meeting. And as I mentioned last time, people are still having problems with their landlines. If I don't know if the town can do anything follow up, is there a particular person we can speak with? Because we're not getting anywhere with AT&T, and there are several residents in town, and I'm just speaking about my own phone too, one of my lines. Is there a particular person that we could follow up with other than calling AT&T? That would be, and there have been some questions on the forum for this particular thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Next is Nan Shostak. Go ahead, Nan. Nan, you may need to unmute on your end.
Yes, can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yes.
Sorry, it took so long. Okay, hi. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. And thank you for the time you all volunteer for the town. I know your jobs really aren't easy. Tonight I'm like to comment as a member of the Geologic Safety Committee. The town's evacuation plan is well underway, but the committee has not been contacted about evacuation after a damaging local earthquake or evacuation for wildfire following an earthquake. According to our county's new draft local hazard mitigation plan, Portola Valley faces damaging seismic hazard from 2 earthquake faults, San Andreas, which we all know about, and the Monte Vista, which runs along Arastradero Road up to Alpine Road and possibly across it to our side. If either fault ruptures, 1 or 2 evacuation routes will be cut off. A fire often breaks out after an earthquake, and that makes the situation far worse. Second thing is the safety element of the general plan, which is also due to be revised very soon. Part of this element is concerned with seismic safety. I've read the current seismic section. It's 12 years old and it needs updating to include new information. The advice and expertise of the Geologic Safety Committee should be reflected in both the evacuation plan and the safety element. The committee should be involved immediately. I request a meeting as soon as possible between committee members and the staff and consultants working on these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Nan. And I see no further hands raised, so I will close oral communications. And we'll move on to a welcome. And tonight we have Reverend Beth Phillips from Christchurch. Jeremy, do you have an introduction beyond that, or?
Other than, I think Mother Beth is one of the most wonderful people in the world. I have no other introduction. Thank you for coming tonight, Beth. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
And you are muted.
Can you hear me? Well, thank you for inviting me to be here. Again, my name's Beth Phillips, and I am the Episcopal priest next door, literally next door where the Carillon bells are. And just to give you a little background on my background, my father is a practicing Buddhist. My mother is a lapsed Catholic. My best friend's Jewish. My husband's Lutheran. My next door neighbor on this side is a Muslim, and on the other side, they're Hindu. I'm pretty sure my dog is agnostic, but you can imagine it's quite a diverse background that I come from. And I realized that, even here in the larger community, it's even more diverse. and that everyone here comes from different faith traditions or even no faith traditions at all. But the one thing that we all have in common is wanting to see the generations after us, our children and our children's children. What we want to see is see them thrive and do well. And so that the decisions we make together here in community really impact that. So I wasn't sure how appropriate it would be to pray at a public meeting, but I thought that at least we could hold together some common intentions or invocation. And I'm used to praying, in the name of a good and gracious God, or a number of different words for the divine. But all of that really goes back to the source of all love. So in the name of love and love of our neighbors, I hold out this intention. Let us meet together. Let us talk together. May our minds have common understanding. May our actions bear fruit together. May we share our thoughts and intentions. May we have common aspirations, and may there be harmony among us. Amen. You all are silent.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you very much. It's always nice to have members of our faith community welcoming us to the meeting and reminding us why we're here and why we all share the same goals. Thank you very much. With that, that brings us to our consent agenda.
Thank you, Beth.
I have 6 items tonight. The items on the consent agenda are generally approved together by the council. Any member of the public can speak on any item on the consent agenda for up to 3 minutes on each item. Is there anybody who would like to speak to an item on the consent agenda?
No hands are raised.
I see none either. Do I have a motion to approve the consent
Yes.
agenda?
I move to adopt the consent.
By
agenda.
Marianne Derwin,
I second.
seconded by Jeff. Sharon, can you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Derwin,
Aye.
Councilmember Alves,
Aye.
Councilmember Richards,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff,
Yes.
Mayor Hughes.
Aye. Okay, and that brings us then to our regular agenda. Item 8 is first up, a presentation by Brian Weber, the district manager to the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District. Brian.
Well, before Brian jumps in, I wanted to just do a quick intro to not only Brian, but also to Ray Williams, who joins us tonight. He's our trustee on the board. I've worked in many communities over my career, and I wanted to say a few words about Ray. I have never enjoyed a relationship with a special district in the way that I do with my regular meetings with Ray on what they're doing. Ray, along with Brian, helped lead an organization that is one of those that we rarely think of, and we probably only think of them when something is going wrong, and usually it's going very, very right. So I want to commend both Brian and Ray on their leadership, their desire to be communicative and collaborative with the town, always interesting in promoting the great suite of activities that the district does provide our community and every other community in San Mateo County, which Brian will touch on tonight. And I would be remiss not to say that Brian is the brother of our own Scott Weber. So it's always good to see Brian. So Brian and Ray, thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, can everybody see the screen?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Mayor Hughes, for having us. As Jeremy mentioned, I'm the district manager of San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control. We have been serving public health since 1916. And I'll touch on that a little bit more here. So basically a brief history of the district. We're actually one of the oldest mosquito control agencies, not only in California, but in the United States. And a lot of that had to do with people wanting to develop the peninsula. So when San Francisco started expanding, someone or individuals who wanted to expand out of San Francisco and develop the peninsula, they reached out to an entomologist over at the University of California, Berkeley, to say, how do we get rid of these mosquitoes? So therein was how we were born. And I just want to read a couple of these quotes. We won't read them all, but this was in 1904. It said, "We captured in 5 minutes a pint full of mosquitoes." 1912, mosquitoes were so thick that life was unbearable. And that was at the Peninsula Hotel in San Mateo. So as you know, we live on on this side over here on the base side. It was primarily marsh at that time, all the way up to the 101 and more. So those marshes would hold a lot of standing water, especially when high tides would come in and in the winter. And the marsh would breed mosquitoes that can fly up to 20 miles. So you can only imagine the havoc that would wreak on the community here on the peninsula. Okay, so who are we now as a special district? We are an independent special district, as Jeremy mentioned, funded by property taxes and special assessments. We do have a 21-member board, representatives from every city, and then one for the county at large. So I will read our mission statement because I think it's very important. It's to safeguard the health and comfort of the citizens of San Mateo County through a planned program to monitor and reduce mosquitoes and other vectors. And this is our really hardworking team you see down below. And that's one of our interesting pieces of equipment, our airboat. So that goes out in the bay at low tide when there isn't any water, and we can get out to Don Edwards Wildlife Refuge and to search for mosquitoes. So real quick, I just have a slide here on funding. As you can see, the majority of what we're paid for, our services are paid for by property taxes. We do have what we call an old district and a new district. The deep orange here on the base side, as I mentioned, the original reason for our existence, that is the old district, and a lot of that work primarily focused on the salt marshes, and over time expanded. In about 20 years ago, this light orange area, as we saw West Nile virus moving from the east to the west, it was determined that it would be a good idea to protect the remaining citizens with a proactive mosquito control program, and the voters voted that in. So we have, that's where you see benefit assessment. That's the light orange area, and the deep orange is where we get the ad valorem and the special mosquito control tax. Okay, so what kind of work do we do? This is primarily the services we provide. Mosquito control, that's a lot of what our staff does. We have some 10,000, we have a GIS, a mapping database, where we have over 10,000 mosquito sites that have bred mosquitoes in the past, so that our staff can proactively seek out mosquito sources and use biorational or materials or integrated pest management to eliminate mosquitoes from the standing water. Onto mosquito fish. So mosquito fish are the only proven biological animal that can control mosquitoes, and that is mosquito larvae specifically. So mosquito fish cannot go in natural waterways. Our staff, we distribute these into abandoned swimming pools, ornamental ponds, anything that cannot lead to a natural waterway. So they are called mosquito fish, but at the end of the day, they control larvae so well because they really just eat anything. So that is something we breed mosquito fish here at the district. One of our facilities across from the main building, we actually, mosquito fish give live birth, and every morning someone goes and takes those little mosquito fry, the babies out, and we put them into a holding tank. So that can typically sustain us. We distribute about 20 to 30 pounds of mosquito fish a year. Insect and tick ID. So this is where a resident can call us and they say, I have this insect, I have no idea what it is, or I have these bites and I think it's this insect. Or they can also visit district headquarters in Burlingame, and our laboratory will identify what the insect is. And if it is an insect of public health importance, then we can also either offer a follow-up inspection of the home to try and determine what's causing that problem, or give advice if it is not a public health pest, give advice of what may be causing the insect to enter the home. Rodent inspections. So in some rare instances, we do some municipal control work. However, that's only in a few select cities who decide to do that in the sewer system. Primarily, rodent work are these rodent inspections where a homeowner calls us, or sometimes we come out in tenant landlord situations. Our technician traditionally likes to do it with the homeowner. They don't have to. They do a full inspection of the property, look for what could be attracting rodents, how are they getting in the home, and ultimately what our staff wants to do is figure out how to permanently resolve rodents from getting in the home. So sometimes people might call pest control, they might want to set up a contract and do trapping or baiting or different things like that. What we want to do is, in the most traditional sense, figure out where they're getting in, stop them from getting in, to avoid having any sort of trapping or baiting program continue. So on to Yellowjacket Control. This is one of the primary services, and I'll touch on that later, that Portola Valley residents utilize. So if a resident knows where the yellowjacket, or sometimes wasp, we do have wasp nests that go in the eaves of homes that are an invasive species that also are a stinging insect. If you identify where the nest is, our staff will come out and based on where the nest is located, they will either dig up that nest or use some sort of control method, a pesticide, to make sure that the yellow jackets, the nest will be extinguished. So disease surveillance. So all of these are part of integrated pest management. Disease surveillance is the first step in integrated pest management. Our staff goes out and sets thousands of mosquito traps per year. And what that does is our staff puts a trap out. It's over 24 hours. It uses traditionally CO2 dry ice. So we put dry ice in a container. Some of you might have had these at your home before. It emits CO2, collects mosquitoes in a net, and based on what kind of mosquitoes, how many mosquitoes, and the location of the trap, that gives our staff more information on where to act next, or if they need to act next. Of course, if there aren't any mosquitoes, then no action is necessary. But based on all of those factors, our staff does act on that first step, which is disease surveillance. And of course, one of the most important tools of integrated pest management is community education. So this is where we've gone to farmers market, we speak at the town council or city council meetings, we do San Mateo County Fair. So our PR staff often go to schools and teach about vector-borne diseases and mosquitoes. And so it's one of our large programs that we're really proud of, to educate people about vectors. Okay, we have a full functioning laboratory. our staff in the lab does collect birds, test birds and mosquitoes for West Nile virus. Not only that, important to your area, they also, you can see here on the bottom left, those are two of our laboratory staff, what we call tick flagging or tick dragging. And what they're doing is they drag that flag along many of your trails in the Portola Valley community, pick the ticks off, and then we come back to the laboratory and actually test them for Lyme disease. So we look at tick densities and disease prevalence. Most often in San Mateo County, depending on the location, we see no more than 3% of ticks having Lyme disease. However, the majority of tick populations that we find, Lyme disease is less than 1%. Okay, so I talked about mosquito testing, collecting birds for West Nile virus. This is just a graph and locations of areas where we put out traps or people called in dead birds. And you could see what this graph illustrates just really quickly is that for disease testing purposes, we're testing well over 3,000 batches of mosquitoes. So those aren't individual mosquitoes, those are traps with mosquitoes in them that could be, you know, in excess of 100. Quite often they're much less than that. And so you can see over the past few years, we've been fairly lucky. We've had really low results for West Nile virus. You can see a few confirmed cases littered in here. However, none in your community recently. Okay, tick sampling. So I talked about the tick dragging, the tick flags. You can see we do a lot of this in your community. Some of these locations, we've done outreach at schools in your community. And obviously there's concern about children playing in the outdoors and where the forest essentially, you know, meets the play area and what that relationship is between ticks transferring over to that play area. So we've done a lot of work with community schools and throughout the county to determine what type of risk is at that location. And on the left side, you see the graph there. You can see Portola Valley receives a lot of our tick sampling. So this graph illustrates that Portola Valley is in fact receives the third most amount of tick sampling because of the type of community you live in and because of that interaction with the trails that you have and the schools and the forest transition there. Okay, here is a snapshot of all the work that we did in 2021 in Portola Valley. So something that I wanted to highlight here is everyone on the town staff should get a real pat on the back. Ray Williams, our board member, for communicating our services to your residents. So although you probably all know that Portola Valley only makes up about certainly less than 1% of the overall population in the county, the calls that come in make up 6% of our total calls. So what that tells me is that the community is well educated about our services and that also the services are needed. But in some communities, we find that for whatever reason, they're not familiar with the services. You can see that the most calls that we get are Yellowjackets. So of 159, 94 of those are Yellowjackets. And some of those can be repeat calls. These numbers down here where it says Mosquito Sources, I touched on it earlier where I said that we have known water sources that breed. And so there are 312 water sources that have bred mosquitoes historically. Those can be anything from a backyard fountain to a large flooded field and a creek. So roadside ditches, things like that, abandoned swimming pools. So there are 312 of those. In Portola Valley, those are inspected nearly 1,000 times. So roughly about three times per year, those known sources are inspected, and those resulted in 264 larvicide applications. And when I say larvicide applications, that means using biorational pesticides to target the mosquito larva in the water. And the products that the district uses, they do not harm or interact negatively with any of the other invertebrates in the water column. Okay, so just real quickly, this is what those mosquito sources like distributed throughout the town. And just briefly, what the colors mean, those colors indicate to our staff when an inspection is due, what happened at the last time they visited that location. And then when our staff hovers their cursor over here, it'll even provide more information about what they need to do at that inspection and additional information maybe about the resident or a preference or the last time they've been there. And I have a note here that a lot of the mosquito sites in Portola Valley are tree holes and natural drainage. So I wanted to touch on tree holes. Not unique to Portola Valley, but unique to most communities above the Alameda de los Polgas, certainly above Highway 280. All these red circles you see here represent one of these tree holes where these things can breed mosquitoes well into the summer. What is unique about tree holes is they breed a certain type of mosquito that will bite you during the day. Traditionally, we're accustomed to being bitten by mosquitoes at dusk and dawn, but the unique thing about these mosquitoes, they're very small and they will bite you during the day, primarily in the shade. So if you're doing yard work in the shade, this may be where they're coming from. They're terribly difficult for us to control. Some methods are filling those holes with concrete or sand or expanding gel, doing a larvicide application. But, as part of integrated pest management, we're always looking for the least impactful method. So we do often, if we can, try and work with the homeowner to fill those tree holes in because it is a very pesky mosquito. The one positive is that these mosquitoes traditionally do not carry diseases that can be transmitted to humans. The one negative is that these mosquitoes do carry dog heartworm. And those are most people that have a dog in your community. I'm assuming they give their animal a treat once a month that has an agent in there that'll ensure that this mosquito cannot transmit dog heartworm to their dog. But it's these mosquitoes specifically who can transmit that to your pets. Okay, obviously, another unique thing about your community, as you well know, is horses and stables. Horses and stables, and not only are there some water sources on the site, but what we often see here and get calls for are sometimes mystery bites on the horses. We've been out to some calls where the horses are getting bit, and our staff will work to determine if it's mosquitoes or biting flies, maybe rat mites. And, because of the way that stables are situated, they do often lend to rodents visiting that area. So our staff can go out there, determine where the attractants are, and give advice to the stable owners on what they can do to make it less attractive to rodents. Okay, Searsville Lake, although not located in Portola Valley, I really like this image here. It shows exactly how large it is. You can see Stanford Dam right down here. Knowing that mosquitoes can fly 2 to 5 miles and they follow what are called vegetative corridors, these mosquitoes can, if we weren't to do these applications, and you can see on the left, requires a helicopter treatment. And they treat primarily, you can see green vegetation that lines the entire lake there. The helicopter does treatments to that green vegetation to control mosquitoes. If we didn't do these treatments, those mosquitoes would follow those vegetative corridors and make it all the way to your community. So that is something that Stanford University compensates the district for. And we typically do those applications July and sometimes all the way into October. And those are all based on our surveillance, like I talked about before, and time of year. The mosquitoes that do come off of here, they can transmit West Nile virus. So that's why these treatments are so important. Let's see, did I skip one? No. Okay, and last slide. What's coming for Portola Valley in 2022? I want to touch on each one of these things really quickly. Okay, in the upper left, what that says is Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus mosquitoes in California. Now, that is a scientific name for two invasive mosquitoes, tropical mosquitoes, that we have actually had in this county for. What is important about these mosquitoes, and why is everyone, in mosquito control and at the California Department of Public Health concerned about them? These tropical mosquitoes can carry diseases such as dengue fever, chikungunya, and others that our native mosquitoes cannot transmit those diseases. So our native mosquitoes can't transmit them. These new invasive mosquitoes can transmit them. We did have an introduction about 10 years ago in Menlo Park, very close, above the Alameda in Menlo Park, so very close to the town of Portola Valley. We are the only district to date that was able to eradicate that mosquito species, and we have been invasive Aedes mosquito free for 8 to 10 years now. So, but what is coming in 2022, and this is something we've been consistently doing to still keep that eradication status with the California Department of Public Health. We do extensive surveillance for this mosquito. It requires a bit different surveillance than I talked about before, and I don't need to get into that. All you need to know is that within your community and other communities around you, we do surveillance for this mosquito, so that if we find an introduction, we can make an attempt at eradication. And what's this in the upper right? I think everybody is used to seeing these for one reason or another. We call it a UAS. It's commonly known as a drone. But what is really cool about this new, the prospects of using this new tool in mosquito control is that it can do map remote areas looking for water sources. It can do control applications in hard to reach areas where right now our staff has to access those areas. It can be dangerous. It could have deep water. Commonly, these remote locations, we have to access it using heavier equipment, all-terrain vehicles, just to get there. And as you can imagine, this UAS does not require even to go into any of those aquatic habitats. It has a very precise camera and can deliver very precise treatments in very targeted areas. So the district has recently become licensed, special government license through the FAA and the State Health Department to use this piece of equipment. However, through the Department of Pesticide Regulations, our staff is working towards getting the pesticide application portion of that. So very excited about this piece of equipment. It truly is going to be a game changer when it comes to mosquito control and public health, and we're looking forward to its use. Bottom right, this is our amazing PR director, Rachel Curtis Robles. She's talking to students. This is something that, like I mentioned before, we did outreach in Portola Valley to schools about ticks. It's something we'll continue to try and coordinate with your schools and your community and see if there's any public education that we can provide. And lastly, I think you're all accustomed, especially with the amount of calls that we get in Portola Valley, with this Yellowjacket trap here. What that is it contains a pheromone in there. It attracts the yellow jackets. I recently have been communicating with town manager Jeremy, and we have agreed that we're going to do a preliminary study evaluating yellow jacket populations in Portola Valley and looking at a couple different ways that we might be able to, in public areas and fields where children are using the park or playing soccer, where we can get out in front of the yellow jacket problem and look at a couple different ways to suppress those populations. So those are a few things that you can look out coming in 2022. Any questions?
Thank you, Brian. I have a question, which is what can we and our residents do to help you guys in controlling these things? Is there something people should be watching out for in their yards? What should they do if they see such a thing? What can we be doing to help you guys out?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. So I think the best thing to do is continue that cycle of making sure the residents are aware our services exist. And when they get mosquito bites, if they notice rodent droppings in the garage or around the house, or even raccoons or skunks going under the home, we come out for all of those services. One of the major things in the summer that we really rely on the public on is reporting dead birds. So our staff will come out in less than 24 hours, collect the dead bird, and test it in-house. So we test the bird to determine if it died of West Nile virus. And based on those results, we will do another whole host of actions following that. And leading up to seeing if the community is at an elevated risk for West Nile virus transmission. So reporting those dead birds is probably the most important thing we could ask of the public, but also just giving us a call anytime they receive a mosquito bite, or have a yellowjacket nest, or any other thing that I touched on tonight.
So Brian, we've also connected our technology to the towns too, right? So things can come through town hall to us without anything.
So people can report on PV Connect and they'll get routed the right way.
Yeah. And we're going to try to do maybe PV form and things like that from time to time, so people know, so that this doesn't disappear.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? I see a hand up from the public, Mary Hufty. Go ahead, Mary.
Thank you so much, Brian. I've had such wonderful experience with the mosquito district. They've just done a tremendous service for me. I'm on the Corte Madera Creek. Over the last 30 years, they pretty much have come out every year and removed the log jams along Corte Madera Creek. It's an enormous service for us. It gets rid of the mosquitoes, standing water, and it also gives fire access. It decreases the amount of flammable material along the riparian corridor. And this year they said they couldn't do it anymore. And so I thought I would ask you if there's any chance that we can get them back in the stream where they always have been.
Yeah, and so believe it or not, that part of the problem is with us operating in creeks, and some of the council members may have heard of this before, but it is now requiring by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service a stream bed alteration permit. And so although we are not altering the stream bed to move logs, do any sort of trimming and anything like that, things that we've done historically that make a lot of sense, we are being held up by regulators. I recently, the new One Shoreline, which is also focusing on flood control, the new district that just started up, I have been communicating with that district manager and determining whether as a means of reducing flood control and standing water, if the flood control district, One Shoreline, can hold the permit and allow us to do the work under that permit. But we have more than 30 creeks in the county, and it requires an enormous amount of work. So we, our staff actually enjoys that type of work. And I would say give us a call and show our staff the location, and we'll certainly do everything we can.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Mary? I see no other hands raised from the public. So thank you very much, Brian, for coming out and reminding us of all the great work you do. I have certainly used your Yellowjacket removal services. Gardener or somebody sees the Yellowjacket nest, and finding it is always hard, but once you found it, getting rid of it is also pretty unpleasant if you're not properly equipped. And having you guys on hand to be able to come out and do that is very useful service. So thank you for that, as well as everything else you do.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And thank you, Ray, also for the work that you do to make sure that the district stays in touch with what we need here in town.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we're glad to do it.
Thank you both. Yes.
Okay, that brings us on to item 9 on our agenda, which is our annual council and committee and commission workshop.
Thank you, Mayor Hughes, members of the council. I'm delighted to introduce this portion of the meeting. This is the third year that this item has been on the council's agenda, and it is the formal kickoff of the FY 22-23 budget development. Starting with the committees and commissions is an absolutely important and integral portion of the budget development process. And such a workshop allows the council to hear from committee chairs or representatives on the issues that they've been discussing or plan to discuss in the coming months that they would like to see included as part of the budget, council priorities, and the like. The council priority process is the next piece of this development of the budget. That happens at the council's next meeting on February 9th, where there's a discussion partly based on what we hear tonight, partly based on staff input, and partly based on other information on starting to hone and identify what the council would like to see as its priorities for the coming year. These two important components then guide the staff as they put together the budget for review by the Finance Committee and the council in May, June of this year. Talk maybe just a little bit about sort of how council liaisons fit into all this. Each committee, for those who don't know, each committee has a liaison from the council that serves as a resource when needed in all the meetings. The council members attend those committee meetings over the course of a year. When the council has provided some direction to any individual committee, that's typically a vehicle through the liaisons to transmit some of that information. Committees on a regular basis make a variety of recommendations to the council, both through this process and other programs that they wish to see implemented. And this is a important part of that. So what we wanted to do tonight was invite, in any particular order, if you're here representing one of the committees as chair or as a representative of the chair, feel free to raise your hand, and we'll hear from each of you on what you've been thinking about and what you can share with the council. So invite, I see hands starting to come up, so we can give that a second, Craig. And when you're ready, I can start.
Why don't we start with Bonnie?
All right, there you go, Bonnie. And you need to unmute at your end. There you go.
Am I on video or just?
We can hear you, but can't see you unless you turn your camera on.
Thanks, Craig. All right. So I am here representing the Nature and Science Committee. And our chair, of course, is Yvonne Trice. Yvonne couldn't be with us this evening, but I do want to thank Jeff Alfs for being our council liaison. So thanks, Jeff, for coming to our meetings and hanging out with us. So I did want to mention in 2021, due to the pandemic, most of our programs in previous years have been in person, either indoors in the education programs in the large room at Town Center or outside. But when in the pandemic, we went online, and so we were very grateful for the support that we got from the town, particularly Carrie, who set up all of our Zooms and helped us advertise our programs. So in 2021, we ran 9 online events. Hundreds of folks from Portola Valley came, and we had 5 wildflower talks from Dan Quinn, the local photographer. He's an amazing guy and very talented and entertaining speaker. We had other local folks talk about ticks and Lyme disease, earthquakes, climate change in the Arctic. And our last talk in November was about galls, which was really interesting. So all those talks are posted on the Nature and Science page. So again, thanks to the town for supporting those events. And there's links for those events for 2021. So for 2022, we're hoping that we can, as the weather changes and warms up, that we can do some outdoor events, educational events around nature and science for the town of Portola Valley. So we are planning 4 events, a star party, which we'll get local astronomers to come out. This is really fun. You get to look at some sort of celestial event through telescopes that are brought by these local astronomers. And so that's really a fun thing to do. We hope to do another event called Our Watery World, so talking about all the water elements of nature. That would be an event that would be particularly suited to children. Our third event that we want to do is around pollinators and wildflower seeds. So we want to try to promote the natural environment and with that kind of program. And then lastly is we're hoping to do a compost day and talk and as an educational event, talking to folks about how they can do composting, make their own do-it-yourself compost, or have some sort of offer to allow folks to purchase some sort of composting thing. So the events are relatively inexpensive to run, but we are requesting $1,500, which is about what we request usually, for various banner advertisements and other event costs. So that's our plan for 2022.
Great. Thank you very much, Bonnie. Any questions for Bonnie, council members? Nope. Okay. I will do public comment all at the end. And so thank you, Bonnie. We will move on to next up, which is Kim Marinucci. Go ahead, Kim.
Hi, good evening. I want to also thank Marianne and John for being our liaisons. Our update is, what is it like to start a new committee? And I'm sure many of you are familiar with the term and group process about the different stages. You form a group, it begins to storm, then you start to norm, and then you really hit your stride and you start performing. So I would say we are at the norm and perform stage, and we did not skip the storm stage. A lot of storming, and 2 members left our committee. So we have one opening, somebody else joined, and I would say we're just getting our bearings about what we're about and what we're doing. We have a mission statement and objectives for the committee, and we're doing some of the standard things that you would imagine a committee like this would do, like looking at the town policies and looking at where is their bias. So we have a subcommittee looking at that. Because we have a committee member who's on the housing committee, we have a housing subcommittee on our committee. And so that's important, intensive work that hasn't really, we really haven't gotten into the guts of it yet, but we've begun. There's another subcommittee that is looking at how do we attract more people of color to Portola Valley. And then we have another some of you who went to the town picnic may have interacted with us when we put up the town seal and asked people, here's our town, what do you think of it? What does this symbol represent to you? How do you feel about that? What other kinds of symbols do you feel like would represent Portola Valley today? And we found that to be really a great way to tangibly engage people in conversations that led to other related topics. And so we've got a subcommittee who's actually everybody on the committee, almost everyone on the committee wanted to work on that subcommittee. And we are looking at using the town seal as a way to, not the most important issue that we might address, but it is something tangible. And we think that even because it's not necessarily high stakes, that it could be a good way to engage people in the skill of dialogue about our problematic history and what we do about that. And in the end, in terms of a tangible result, we'll make a recommendation to the town council about, what we think we should do, what our committee thinks should be done about the town seal. But our intention is to use the process as a way to practice listening to each other and practice finding that middle ground of not just canceling, but finding the middle way. So that's some of what we're up to. We were asked to put together our budget right when we were forming. And so we have this little budget of, I think it's $1,750. And I imagine in this next year, as we discover more of who we are and what we're going to be doing, that may change. But that's our start.
Thank you, Kim. Any questions? No? Okay, thanks, Kim. And we'll move on to Dale Fowl. Dale. Go ahead, Dale.
Okay, hopefully I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Thank you all this evening for your time. I'm chair of the Emergency Preparedness Committee, and I'm not going to go into detail all the things that we deal with over the course of the year. I did want to talk about things for your budgeting process that impact it. One of the things that we are pursuing in the committee is an upgrade to our emergency communications radios. These are primarily amateur band radios, from pure analog to digital radios. This will give us, which is interesting, through the ham bands, we can actually get on the internet and get worldwide communications to people who have availability for repeaters. And so we're going to be upgrading. We think this will allow us to interact, coordinate better with our CERT partners, and probably to our virtual EOC. And that could be a fairly expensive item, on the order of $7,000 or $8,000 over the course of the year. The other thing that we are doing is, in concert with CERT, much of what we have historically done for medical supplies is now we're transitioning to CERT. We now have a trailer on site, which is a CERT trailer. I think it's being stored at the yard, if I'm not correct. But the EPC also has medical supplies in the Buckeye room. And we're going to go through those, consolidate, and we do think we're going to retain some medical supplies in the Buckeye room, but what we have are outdated. We're probably going to need about $2,000 to update and refresh the emergency medical supplies. And then we do support a number of outreach events over the course of the year. One is our Emergency Communications and Safety Day in June, the town picnic. Generally, we have another event with Woodside Fire. And so we generally need about $2,000 for those kinds of events. And we have 2 new members joining this year, so hopefully we'll increase our outreach efforts. So that's a summary from EPC.
Thanks, Dale. Any questions? Nope, seeing none, we'll move on to the next. Thank you, Dale. Ed Holland, looks like you made it tonight. I wasn't sure if you'd be able to, but I'm glad to see you here. Ed, go ahead, Ed.
Okay, there is on mute. I'm afraid you can probably see me as well, which is unfortunate. Anyway, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Mayor Hughes and Vice Mayor Wernikoff. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present briefly to you about Bicycle, Pedestrian and Traffic Safety Committee. Again, thank you, Craig, for being our council liaison. It's been a very helpful link, and actually you've been a great resource for us as a committee, and a help to keep things moving along and process and understanding how the town and the committee work together and how we work out various things during the last year. I got a brief set of notes here on the things that we've covered up, in the last 12 months. Particularly pursuing the outcome of the pedestrian safety study and starting to see the implementation of those things come into shovel-ready projects, striping and changes at various intersections, particularly crosswalks, to improve safety there. I hope those things continue apace as we move forward. The committee is also taking a interest in the housing element update participation, particularly again with regard to how changing use and accommodation, sort of ADUs at properties and increasing population in the town might influence pedestrian safety, on-street parking, school safety, and safety during emergencies. And those are the sort of primary key things that we would look to have an input into the housing element ad hoc committee process there. Our other large area of consideration again has been the continued interest and concerns over parking related to recreational visitors in town, particularly associated with Wendy Hill. We started again with a study on raised by resident concerns from Willowbrook Drive, but also drawing into that a more holistic process or a more holistic view, taking into account a review of the parking on Portola Road and at the top of Alpine Road. Some of those things have begun to see changes actually on the street with redlining in certain areas of Willowbrook. And I believe there is a report from our consultant, I forgot his name, Paul Krupka, which is ready for a high-level review of the committee to look at the possible changes in signage on Portola Road and perhaps on Alpine. Those things have been perhaps a little slow in review and coming around, but I'm learning now after more than 10 years as a committee chair that that's simply how the way things work. But I hope that we can pursue those with as much pace as is possible, and again with the help of Howard Young, who's been our a great liaison with actually the town centre and town staff. I'd also like to touch on one thing that is, I think, a huge success that was in collaboration with Parks and Recs, and also is a potential new consideration for a budget item that I think we need to work out what the costings and implications are. Last year, we reverted to a new town picnic and in collaboration with the Zots to Tots event, and that was a huge success. The support from the town to enable the road closures to go forward completely, and the support we had from law enforcement and from town volunteers was incredible. And I think that should be a model for that event going forward. And without the ability to do things like that, it simply isn't Portola Valley. So I really would like to look at the budgetary implications of doing those things, because I know they exist, and the organizational implications of doing those things, and the cross-committee working to make that happen again, and to be a comfortable and routine kind of procedure. So those are the things we're kind of looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Any questions for Ed? Nope. Okay. Thanks, Ed.
Thank you.
Moving on, Catherine McGill.
Catherine, hold on just a second. I'm doing a little housekeeping here.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Perfect.
There we
Okay. So I'm the new, as of yesterday, chair of the Conservation Committee. And our core values, as you all know, are to provide guidance and information to the community to ensure that Portola Valley development maintains harmony and subservience to the environment. So our main responsibilities are to do site visits associated with ASCC reviews and provide advisory information, both to the ASCC, and we consider these a prime opportunity to educate the homeowner on using native plants, how to care for native plants, and trying to maximize the use of appropriate low water use, just appropriate plants for the environment. We also do tree removal permits. And one of our big jobs has been oversight and providing guidance to Howard and the Public Works Group on maintaining a number of the high priority town-owned properties, such as the town center, Spring Down, Frog Pond, Triangle Park, and the two Ford and Rosati fields. We give Howard guidance on when things should be mowed. We've spent a lot of time helping to try and restore the meadow at Spring Down and provide guidance on trying to keep the weeds down and allow the wildflowers that we've seeded to come out. And we are working with him to develop a 5-year plan so that he knows ahead of time when he's gonna have to do certain procedures. Because in early spring, you're gonna have to mow, but there has to be, this year, because we got all that rain in November, we had to mow a lot earlier than years that we didn't. And we have been working with the fire department to help provide information for rational clearing, try and get rid of as many flammable trees, invasive trees, eucalyptus, and really work on making sure that the clearing is thoughtful, and that we pay attention to nesting periods and other things like that may not be on top of mind for others. And then we've been working with the ad hoc housing committee on committees. And then our main thing really, besides the review responsibilities, is providing educational and communication tools. So we've created a brochure for the demonstration, the native plant demonstration garden that's in the town center. And we've been working with Howard to replant that and kind of give it a facelift. And then we provide some tip of the month and what's blooming now, which just gives a little bit of information to the community on what's happening in the environment. And perhaps if you're looking for some native plants to your garden, these are really local natives that are doing great now. So those are the kinds of things. And then I'd like to also say that we are doing a broom pull this year in person. It's not going to be the send in your pictures this year. And then we're also hoping to do an evening lecture later in the fall. So, we take our education role seriously, and that's what we expect to be doing. Just continuing that and working on refining some of the guidelines that the town is going to be using for ADU approvals. And that's about it. We expect that we're going to need about $4,000 to $5,000 for what we do. We spent a lot less than that this year because of COVID, but we think that that should be enough. And we don't have any huge things that we know of yet that are on our to-do list. So, and thanks, John, for being our representative. It's been great to have you. So.
Thank you, Catherine. Any questions? Nope. Okay, thanks. Next up is Scott Elrod. Go ahead, Scott.
Hi, thanks. Yes, so I'm the new chair of the Sustainability Committee as of about a week ago. And I want to summarize a few things we did in the past year and talk about some of the upcoming interests of the committee. I mean, we're really focused on behavior, citizen behavior. And so we need to walk a pretty fine line in terms of educating people about options, encouraging different behaviors, but not pushing too hard or being too preachy. I think we walked that line pretty well. We had a really great display of options for people at the town picnic, including technologies that can be used for drought, to limit watering, to limit showers, and such. One big interest of the committee was in coming up with a backup power option that would be something people could adopt short of getting a gas generator, which those seem to be proliferating in the neighborhoods, and they're very obnoxious. So we spec'd out a lithium-ion battery-based system that could, run a small number of appliances and lights, and even a refrigerator for up to 18 hours, 24 hours, including a solar charging unit, and demoed that at the town picnic. We now are going to make that available for loan to people from Portola Valley via the library. And it's imminent that it will be available through the library system to borrow for people. We've worked on a pretty detailed climate change reading list, which is now on the town website. A lot of postings on the PV forum website. So really it's been about education, and will continue to be that focus. In this coming year, we're going to really emphasize revamping the website, which is quite outdated at this point. It's been years since content was really reviewed, and so we're going to be taking that on. We do see the committee of committees and the focus on ADUs as being a principal way to affect sustainability. We're intrigued by the notion that there could be these checklists, even in the case of ministerial approval of ADUs, that there could be checklists, and that might be the way committees can influence how things are done, not be a gating item on whether they're done, but really try to put some of the interest of the different committees into the way things are done. We're looking forward to the rollout of the smart water meters, which seems to be taking a while, but and we're going to play a role in sending out information packets to people about how to benefit from the smart water meter. That'll be one of the cost items for us, is mailings around such things as the smart water meter deployment. The budget for us has been variable, a little 4,000 to 10,000. This past year, it was closer to 10,000, in part because we purchased that demo unit that we can loan out. There may be other pieces of hardware that represent options for people that we would want to buy and make available as loaner items through the library. So I think our budget, if it were to remain about 10K, would be approximately right. During COVID, we've had to cut way back in events. There have been some events that the committee has championed in the past, the Sustainability Book Club, some seminars on various topics, and a movie series, which seemed to be pretty popular when it was possible. And we're hoping we can get back to some of those things in the near future. And I just wanted to also thank Mary Ann for being the person who works with us. We really appreciate that.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions for Scott? Nope. All right, thank you. And next up is Patty Deuce. Go ahead, Patty.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Patty Dews. I'm the chair of the Parks and Rec Committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Our priorities for 2022 are pretty much the same as they were for 2021, but things are evolving. Number one is our successful Zots to Tots and Town Picnic. Several people have referenced it tonight. It is, I think, the only community-wide event that we hold. For 2021, we had a tremendous outcome. We had almost twice the number of people that we've had in the past register and run and race and bike and walk in the Zots to Tots race. And we had a great town picnic. By the way, if you ordered a Zots to Tots t-shirt and you don't have it yet, please call John Myers because he needs his garage back. Anyway, so we hope with the COVID that we'll be able to have the Zots to Tots and Town Picnic in 2022. We have a budget last year about $22,000. We think that is more than adequate and would request that for 2022 as well. The other things that we work on in Parks and Rec, one is the court usage policies and practices. This is becoming a conversation point with a lot of people. Pickleball continues to gain in popularity and participation. We have almost 200 pickleball players registered in the group that they manage. They play on the courts every day for 2 to 3 hours with between 20 and 40 participants every single day. So it's growing. And as such, it's creating some demands on the courts that we need to think about making some changes. In particular, we are considering a proposal to dedicate one of the courts to pickleball full-time so that we wouldn't have to put up and take down the nets. We would have permanent nets so that people could go play pickleball anytime that they wanted. They can't do that today. They have to wait for group organized play. To the extent that we do that, we want to make sure that we treat the tennis players with, equitable time on their court. So we might dedicate a tennis court to tennis only. And then we would have one more court that would be able to be reserved for both tennis and pickleball. With the reservation system that we put in last year, we can manage that very effectively. So we are looking at those types of opportunities, I would say, to allow people to use the courts the way that they would like to, and that they're available for all, given what they want to do. And we do have to accommodate the Corte Madera tennis team as well. They're going to start up again in March. They didn't do it the last year or so because of COVID. So they're going to be using our tennis courts in the middle of the day, which takes time away from our residents, but it's the right thing to do. They're our neighbor. So again, our courts are getting used a lot and we need to manage that effectively. The other thing are our fields, soccer fields, baseball fields at the town center and at Ford Field. We are looking at the usage fees, the field usage fees for those. In the past, they've been player-based. That seems to have grown out of favor, particularly with some of our neighboring towns. It is difficult to manage for some teams that have very different populations for their players. We are looking and doing some analysis on moving to a per hour based field usage fee. So we'll be looking at that over the next couple months and coming back to the town council if we need to do anything there. My pet project, you're probably tired of hearing about this, someday, somewhere, somehow. There's a place for a Portola Valley Dog Park. I think all of you know that we do have several rogue dog parks around town because we don't have an organized dog park. I think all of you know, if you've been to town center at all, that off-leash dogs at the town center are a constant presence. That is illegal. It's also very unsanitary and it's very unsafe. So we continue to look for opportunities for a dog park, and we work very closely with the other committees to make sure that If we do identify something that it meets the tone of what the town is striving for, as well as the dogs and their owners. Two other quick things. We have put in an application to the state of California. They have offered up to $200,000 for a state grant for some kind of Parks and Rec project. We have put in a request for $180,000 to put restrooms at Ford Field. That has been something that has been a need for quite some time. We do have porta potties there, but restrooms would be nice. $180,000 is less than half of what we think we might need to put restrooms in at Ford Field. So the difference, if it's granted, would have to be made up by either town funds or public funds. So we would have, or private funds. We would have to go to that effort. We have done that before, as you know. We did it for the Ford Field renovation. We did it for the town center. The town has been somewhat generous, but it is something that we would have to work on in 2022 if that came through. And then, of course, any impact from the housing element decisions and actions. I think on Parks and Rec, that would primarily be focused on if there's more people in town, there's more demand on our own facilities. So we would have to look at how to accommodate that. So those are our priorities. I think from a budget perspective, I mentioned $22,000 for the town picnic. Nothing for the courts. Sorry, that's not true. If we do decide to dedicate one court to pickleball, we will have some equipment costs. We are looking at coming up with those now to see what that would be. And we don't have a dog park, but if something's identified for a dog park, we'll need fencing and things like that. So right now, the only known quantity is the town picnic, and everything else is work in progress. That's it.
Thank you, Patty. A lot of stuff for the year. Any questions? Nope. Okay. Thanks, Patty. On to Nan Shostak. Go ahead, Nan. You need to unmute on your end. There we go.
Yes?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, sorry, I'm not good at this. Okay, Geologic Safety Committee. So the Geologic Safety Committee is newly reformed. I think the last meeting was in 2017, so 5 years ago. We've got 4 members now, and we have space for one more, if anyone knows someone who'd like to join us. Chet Rucky was secretary of the committee when the committee last met, so he has seniority right now. He's the de facto leader until we elect new officers. So we're planning to have our first meeting very soon. At that point, we'll elect officers for the year and prepare a budget. I expect, we haven't discussed it, but I expect our financial needs to be minimal, if not zero. And the committee will notify the council of the results of the budget discussion of the budget. For priorities in the immediate future, as I said in the general comment period, we're looking forward to working with the town staff and the other committees on the evacuation plan and the safety element. And on an ongoing basis, we anticipate working with the Planning Commission during very early phases of development proposals, that is to help with site assessments before any buildings are planned. And being a full partner with the town staff and our geological consultant, Cotton Shires, early in the process of assessing sites for development, where there's any question of seismic hazard. That's really all I have right now. So I thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions? Nope. Okay, thanks, Dan. Next is Gary Hanning. Gary, welcome and go ahead. Need to unmute Gary. Gary, are you there? Gary?
I've pushed a ask to unmute button a few times at my end, so Gary, if
He walked away briefly from his computer, so why don't we give him a minute to come back? I'd move on to the next one and come back to him, but he's the last one on the list, so let's just give him 60 seconds here to wander back from the kitchen with his full glass of water. No. Oh,
Hello,
there.
can you hear me?
Hey, Gary, there you are. I was just about to move on from you.
I apologize. I'm trying to get two kids to bed.
Figured it was something like that. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Gary Hanning, Chair of the Trails of Paths Committee. Thank you for putting together this workshop. It's great to hear what all the other committees are up to. And thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. Recognizing that our budget is largely in the Public Works Department, the Trails and Paths Committee doesn't have a whole lot of budget needs that we need for just our committee activities. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I think you hit the mute button briefly there, but yes, now.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Our number one priority this year is bringing back the horse fair. The horse fair is a community outreach program that we do to try to connect residents with the history of Portola Valley's past with the horse and equine. We last did the horse fair in 2019, which at that time we had a really good turnout. In fact, each year the attendance has been growing, largely with families and kids. And so with COVID, we had to put that on hold, and we've really been looking forward to resurrecting that program. And so this year it looks like we're going to do it in person. We have a date set for May 14th this year at Town Center. The budget for that would probably be the same as what we did last year, unless we find a significant increase in costs for vendors and facilities. So, but we're not anticipating that, so we're probably going to shoot for just the same budget that we had last year. We're also working on, another priority is we're working on Alpine Trail and the Safe Routes to School, trails and paths. Alpine Trail is kind of a unique trail in town in that it has presence on both sides of Alpine Road. And it also includes sections that are designated multi-use and single use. Some sections you can have bikes on, some you can't. Some you can have horses on and some you can't. And so what we're hoping to do there is to improve signage, which would be an undetermined amount, and Howard in Public Works would probably carry some of that cost. But we're looking to improve signage and work with the school district to better map out the safe routes to school between Corte Madera School, Town Center, and Alpine Hills, as well as the Nat Horse Triangle right in the middle. Another priority is we are going to produce a new trail map this year. We've begun work on that. As most people probably know, our trail map is basically written on the back of a cocktail napkin and is over 20 years old. And so we're looking at moving into a more modern technology type of map, maybe using Google Maps with an overlay of all the town trails, with the idea being that we can better identify starting and end points, better identify the usage of each trail, and have a trail map that can be used electronically as opposed to being printed. And we think that that is going to be an effort that will require some funding, yet to be determined depending on the mapping tools that we use and any royalties that we would have to pay to use them, or any consultants that we would have to hire to actually do the mapping themselves itself. Another priority for this year, and this is something we've been working on partly last year and we'll continue to work on this year, and that is we're supporting the Building and Planning Department with a checklist for ADUs and SB9 projects. The checklist would be used by ministerial reviewers to look at applications to make sure they comply with all of the regulations, the rules and regulations related to trails and paths. And examples of that would be like drainage, scoring of any driveways that cross the trail, landscape near trails, mechanical equipment and hardscape. Again, the idea being the ministerial reviewers do not have a lot of information necessarily to make the determination of whether the project would fit well with the trail if one existed on the property. And so our checklist will make that a lot easier for them to accomplish that. And that also kind of ties into my last priority. I talked about the new trail map. With the new trail map and this checklist, a ministerial reviewer would be able to quickly determine if there was a trail on the project site, and if so, does it meet all the requirements that are spelled out in the checklist. Our other priority, our last priority, is something we do every year, which is support the Public Works Department. And I want to start by thanking Howard Young and his team and the Public Works Department. They're amazing advocates for our trail system. They do such a good job maintaining and keeping the trail system open and safe. Without them, literally our trail system would collapse. And I know they're a small team and they're mostly unseen, but they do an amazing job. And that job varies depending on the time of the year, whether it's mowing in the springtime or clearing trees in the wintertime. Phenomenal amount of work that they do there. But we continue to support Public Works in identifying short-term and long-term maintenance issues on the trails. We have been developing a capital-intensive project list. And again, those projects, the budget for those projects would likely come out of the Public Works budget, but we're working to help identify and prioritize projects on the trail system that will require larger than normal capital outlays. An example would be where we re-weatherize a trail with base rock. Some of our trails, as you know, are open all year long to both, well, to all classes of trail users, depending on the trail. And to achieve that, it requires using certain materials on the trails and conforming to certain standards to keep them safe during the rainy months. We're also working with Public Works to coordinate volunteer trail days and volunteer work days on the trails. This is something we're trying to bring back. As you probably know, most of the trails in Portola Valley were built by volunteers originally. And so we're going to experiment with a trail day coming up in the ranch where we'll bring in some outside and some local volunteers to accomplish some tasks on the trail and see how that goes. And if it's successful, we hope to do some more of those. And lastly, I just want to thank Craig Hughes for being our liaison. Craig has been our liaison for a number of years now, and we work very well with Craig. He's very knowledgeable of all issues related to trails, and We appreciate all of his support that he's given us last year, and we look forward to working with him in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Anybody have any questions for Gary?
I have one quick question, actually.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
Gary, thank you so much for that overview. I'm excited about all the things that you guys are working on. Related to the Alpine Trail, this is just like a pet peeve of mine everywhere these days. No matter where you go in California, we see so much an increase of trash. And I think we see this more on the Alpine Trail than on other trails, just given its proximity to the road, and there's more traffic and more foot traffic as well. I was curious if this is something that's ever discussed within the Trails Committee, and if you would consider that part of your purview.
Well, great question. And yeah, largely due to the pandemic, we saw a dramatic increase of the number of users on our trail system, not just Alpine Trail, although that's an obvious one because it's so accessible, but to all the trails. And with that came more trash, more user violations and things of that nature. We work with Howard in the Public Works Department on this, and believe it or not, it almost seems too easy to just maybe put a trash can out there, but it actually isn't. The cost and the logistics of having trash cans out on the trail system make it somewhat prohibitive. And I won't go into all the details there, but it's something we have looked at in the past, and it's something that would make a lot of sense, but it's just something that I don't think our Public Works Department can handle in its current form. If it's something that the council would like us to look into deeper, we'd be happy to do that. Generally, we try to stay true to our trails and paths element, which is built on the honor system, and that is what you bring in, you have to take out. And for the most part, that works, and certainly with prior pandemic trail use levels, it worked pretty good. But post-pandemic, it might not be the best solution. So it's within our purview. It's something we have talked about. It's something that we might be able to address depending on if we can get funding and support. And I think part of it isn't just money support, it's staffing support in the Public Works Department. And along those lines, I should probably thank every resident and property owner in town who hosts a trail on their property. They deal with things like trash and dog droppings and an increased number of users since the pandemic. And so often overlooked and underthanked, every resident, every property owner that has a trail easement on their property, the Trails and Paths Committee would like to thank them for everything that they put up with in order to provide what is an amazing community service to our town. And to our residents and to the general public. Our trail system is open to the general public, as everyone knows. And I just can't say enough and thank them enough for doing that.
I would just add to that, Sarah and anyone else, we have our PB Connect app and use of that app on trails, take photos of things that you see as you're walking. If there's an accumulation of trash or anything like that, fallen tree, take a picture of it in the PB Connect app, send it in. It's automatically tagged with your GPS coordinates. And so our Public Works Department will find out about that. And they're great at going out and taking care of all of those things. So I would highly recommend people take advantage of that. And if you don't have the PB Connect app on your phone yet, you should go get it. Okay, thank you, Gary. You were the last of our committee chairs. I see Ed Holland has his hand up, though. I don't know if that's as PPS chair or for public comment, but I will go to Ed first, and then we will go to public comment if anybody else has anything. Ed, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Craig. Just one comment. I don't know if this does count as BPTS or as a public comment, but as a regular trail user, I have seen an increasing amount of bicycle use on trails, which I know is not permitted in general on the trails. Occasionally, when I've spoken to people about this, they claim they don't know anything about it because there's no signage, in their words. And occasionally, I just Yeah, well, the response that you might expect from that. So I don't know if Trails and Paths has any plans to improve information or do something to enable those rules to be upheld. And then my final comment is, please let me know when the volunteer days are. I enjoy the trails very, very much and would love to help.
Thank you, Ed. And there are two things that I think Gary mentioned the committee is doing on improving, making sure people know what uses are allowed and not for trails. One is, as he said, improved signage. They are looking at that in a number of places. And the second is the trails map, which will hopefully also, help people understand if they're looking at our trails map or trail system, which trails are for what. It's never going to be perfect, but hopefully an improvement over where we are now. Any other public comment on this agenda item?
I see, one hand is raised so far.
Mary Nifty's raised her hand. Mary, go ahead.
I'm feeling brave. I am reporting here from the Westridge Architectural Supervisory Committee. And we just wanted to mention in conjunction with Gary Haning's wonderful presentation and his great work on our trail system, that Westridge has about 10 miles of trails within the Westridge community, which it offers to the public. We carry the expense for that maintenance. We have been honored by the good cooperation between our town manager and Howard, and they've been wonderful about helping us out. But essentially the cost of the maintenance of those trails goes to Westridge. And of course, as you know, the map has included Westridge trails in the past and will continue to do so. We hope that with the next iteration of trails, however, that the contributions of the Westridge community will be recognized both in terms of finances and in terms of hard volunteer work to keep these trails open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you for all the work that you and the WAC do for those trails. Next is Rita has her hand up. Go ahead, Rita.
Hi, I just want to say thank you for all the people in the town that are volunteering their personal time on the different councils and committees. It's really appreciated by the residents. And but what I'd like to see a little bit more of is when we're talking about housing and safety, having some of the committees that we don't hear from, such as the underground committee and some of the other ones, when we're talking about housing and making plans on infrastructure for the future. But, I don't think I've seen them have a meeting in a while. And, like I mentioned earlier about the phones and, other infrastructure problems that we're running into without having someone to follow up with within the town, it would just be nice to have those meetings since I've been attending a lot of the meetings as a resident. But thank you very much. Appreciate what you do.
Thank you, Rita. I believe, I don't know that they're meeting about housing issues. I'm the liaison to the undergrounding committee. I believe there is some work around undergrounding that we had put in the budget for this year that the undergrounding committee is, I started seeing emails going around trying to organize a get together and putting something on the calendar. So there will be an undergrounding committee meeting about that. And Rita, once that date gets set, if there's not an item on the agenda that fits, you're welcome to make public comment there, obviously. I see no further hands up from the public, so I'll bring it back to the council if anybody has any comments or thoughts, or Jeremy, if you had any concluding thoughts.
Well, certainly extend my appreciation and thank you to the chairs and committee members who just do incredible work on behalf of the town, continue to be the bedrock for everything that we do, and appreciate hearing from them tonight on the things that they're looking to see included in the budget next year, and look to the council for any recommendations, suggestions, opinions, otherwise to help with that process. Again, this is iterative. We're going to come back at our very next meeting with some detailed notes on what we've heard tonight, so the council can reconsider those. So there will also be detailed minutes from the meeting. So there'll be a couple ways to look at that. Just a big thank you. I really appreciate it, and would love to hear from the council if there's anything in particular you heard tonight that you wanted to highlight or otherwise. Thanks.
Thank you. I will first go to any fellow council members who have anything. Sarah, go ahead.
I echo all the thanks. It's incredible how much time community members spend volunteering on all these committees, and it's obviously everybody's hearing people. We're all very grateful for all that. What I wanted to highlight, just because it wasn't, it was in the consent agenda. If people who are on the call want to go to red page, I think it's 49. I can barely read that. There is a list there of all the committees, including all the vacancies. And I just wanted to highlight that for people who might want to participate and get involved. You can see there who's on current committees and where the vacancies are. So just a heads up about that. Thank you.
Yep. And I would like to add my thanks to, Jeff, go ahead, you first.
I was just going to thank all the committee chairs who spoke tonight and all the volunteers in town, as others have said. I didn't have any specific comments right now, but you're interested to see sort of the next round of this. I thought most of what I heard sounded very appropriate, and it sounded like sort of continuations of the committee's good work. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, I'd like to extend my thanks to all of volunteers who spend their time on these committees. As we know from these meetings and from all the committee meetings, what was presented here tonight by the various chairs is really just a very high level overview of what these committees work on. And many of those individual items are highly detailed technical discussions about exactly why you can't place a trash can where you'd think it might be obvious that you can put it on a trail, or why the sign needs to face this way and not that way. And the level of detail and complexity that all of these committee members attend to through just about everything that they work on is very deep, and helps staff and helps us council members tremendously that people are willing to volunteer the time to work through those issues and come up with solutions. So thank you all very much. Okay, and with that, we will move on to item 10. If we might, I would take a 5-minute break though beforehand. My throat is feeling very dry. I need to go get a glass of water. Could we pick up item 10 at, let's see, 8:48? All right, I will see you all shortly. See, we're all. And so with that, we'll move on to item 10, recommendation by the town manager for resolution adopting volume 1, blah, 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 and chapter 15 of volume 2 of the San Mateo County Multi-Jurisdictional Local Hazard Mitigation Plan. Jeremy.
Thank you, Mayor Hughes, members of the council. This is a continuation of an item that was on the December 8th agenda for the council. The council requested that it be continued to a later date. For those who want to review the initial staff report on the December 8th agenda, I'd refer you to red page 66. On top of that is a memo describing some additional elements of where we're at tonight. I also want to welcome 2 guests that I'll move over momentarily to panelists who are joining us. Dan Belleville, who's the director of the Department of Emergency Management of formerly OES with the County of San Mateo, and Bart Spencer, who is the lead consultant with Tetra Tech, who works with all of us on the development of local hazard mitigation plans. I've had the pleasure to work with both of them for quite a while. Bart and I worked together on the last update of the local hazard mitigation plan in 2016, I think it was. Goodness. So I just wanted to briefly go over a couple elements of the staff report. So my apologies, this is a little repetitive, but I think that the staff report covered the primary elements of tonight's discussion fairly well. The first is just to highlight the issues around not adopting the multi-jurisdictional local hazard mitigation plan. And to put that in some context, the plan as developed is a plan that is worked on between 20 cities in the county of San Mateo. It is, as I understand it, and Dan and Bart can speak to this, the largest geographic area in California that puts together a joint plan. It is quite an accomplishment, and it's something that I think everyone in San Mateo County is quite proud of from that perspective, the continuation of the kinds of cooperation that you see between the cities. The plan is a vehicle for communities pre and post disaster to apply for grants for mitigation, adaptation, resiliency, et cetera. The adoption of the plan by a community, so the two components, which is the county component, volume 1, and then the chapter that's associated with the town, is the checkbox, if you will, that allows for us to make those applications for grants. We are currently unable to do so because the plan has not been adopted by the council. So there's currently a number of grants that I would be applying for, or at least looking into, related in particular to fire issues, but there's a variety of other ones that we're unable to apply for at this time. The process, I read page 63, I wanted to provide some description of and some context to the conversations that staff has had over the course of the development of the hazard mitigation plan with the county. Chapter 1 is primarily a county product with some input from the cities. They use a variety of data sources to put together, I think in particular where there was some community concern that's shared by staff and I believe the council. It's towards the end on exposure and loss rates associated with fire. So as I describe in the staff report, those tables are directly related to the very high fire severity zone maps that are created by CAL FIRE. So on the, I don't have it right in front of me, but the page, 572 of the plan, if you click in that link, shows these different assessments on wildfire. So for instance, in the very high fire severity exposure table, that corresponds directly with the very high fire severity zone in Portola Valley, regardless of adoption by the town council. So that's about 9% of the town. As I mentioned in here, in conversations that I had with one of the consultants in August, and those continued in September, and then a few in December, the staff indicated some concern related to what the data set appeared to be showing about fire risk in Portola Valley, particularly around the high and the moderate zones. I confirmed this with the various staff at the county and the consultants that those exposure tables for high and moderate have a relationship to the draft maps. And we indicated that it does appear to tell an incomplete story, at least from the perspective of the data set that they're using. And this is, for good and bad, the richest data set that they have in order to sort of compare apples to apples across San Mateo County related to fire risk. So we've communicated that. We've communicated that we'd like opportunities to see that corrected over time through what they call the maintenance opportunities, which come really starting after adoption. And as a living document, there's multiple opportunities to go back, provide different data sets, engage in a conversation with other communities that are in a similar position. I'll point out that the town of Woodside also shows 0% in high and moderate. We know that to be untrue as well. Other cities have the same issue. I haven't engaged directly with other cities on this, but I understand some cities have contacted DEM and consultants about various things that they'd like to see corrected in the future iterations of the plan. So we want to work with our partners on richer and more up-to-date data sets that can tell perhaps a different picture and a more accurate picture of fire risk in the community. The those data sets then allow the creation of a component that's within each chapter associated with the city around risk rankings. And this was not something that the town created or designed or scored in any particular way. This was related to those data sets, the FRAP maps. And as I describe in the staff report, and I talked about briefly in my staff report on December 8th and at the meeting on December 8th and at the Emergency Preparedness Committee a few weeks ago, that the instructions for the preparation of the document did include an opportunity to work with the powers that be to make corrections to risk ranking where possible. That's a conversation with ultimately with Cal OES and the federal government through FEMA. So what I detailed here, which was something I was looking for direction from the council at the December 8th meeting, I did provide this particular language at the time. I was just looking for direction to write this, which I had drafted, is a description of ways to approach that conversation. And we're hopeful that the risk ranking will change from moderate to high. Regardless of its change, whether it's moderate or high, it still qualifies us for grants. So I think that this is a very important element to consider here. I'm going to stop there. I'm going to promote Dan and Bart over. And Dan and Bart, if there's anything that you'd like to share or reflect on what you've heard me to say tonight or other conversations we have, I would certainly appreciate it. So Dan, it looks like both of you guys have unmuted. You're both eager. So Dan, why don't you start?
Dennis, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, great.
Great. Mr. Dennis, Mr. Mayor, and honorable members of the council, Dan Belleville, Department of Emergency Management. I really don't have a lot to add. I think Mr. Dennis very well summarized where we are. The LHMP falls under my responsibility in the Department of Emergency Management. I report directly to the county manager. This process started last January. We did extensive outreach this time and essentially came up with a very, very robust plan, which we are very proud of, which he alluded to. We do think it puts us in a very good position for grant funding. In fact, I'm seeing grant opportunities almost weekly. And one recently, the last couple of days, actually covers the area above Portola Valley. So we're looking at regional grants that address the fire hazard element. And Bart is here with me. He's from Tetra Tech. They do this type of work all over the nation. And Bart is actually a resident of the San Mateo County. He has a vested interest in emergency preparedness because he's worked in this field for 30 years. So with that said, we're happy to address any particular questions you may have arising from Mr. Dennis's presentation, but thank you for allowing me to be here with you.
And thank you, Dan and Bart, both for taking the time to be here tonight to help us answer any questions we may have. Are there any council member questions? Marianne.
Thank you. My first question is, so there were 20 cities, unincorporated county, and 15 special districts that are included in this very large county multi-jurisdictional plan. Other than Portola Valley, have any of those public agencies not adopted this plan?
No, all agencies have adopted the plan at this time.
So out of 36 public agencies, we are the only one that has not adopted it.
That's correct.
Okay. Number two, now correct me if I'm wrong, but this is not a risk assessment document. It is a funding opportunity document. Am I correct?
I think that's a fair assessment. It does assign risk and mitigation measures that are detailed within our chapter, but its primary purpose is to associate identified risk with an opportunity to apply for the grants. So maybe to expand on that a little bit, no one from FEMA is going to open up the document and turn to a particular page and articulate a concern related to particular data and not provide a grant opportunity, if you will. I think it's worth noting some of our partner agencies, in particular Woodside Fire Protection District. They approved this, I think, through a consent process in their own board about a month ago. Their ranking showed fire is the third highest threat to their entire district. It showed it as high, which makes sense because they have a considerable amount of very high fire severity zone within the state responsibility area. But I think it's worth pointing out, this is true in some other communities as well.
Yes, the earthquake and landslides are really high in Portola.
Marianne is okay. I see Bart raised his hand. He might have something to add there. Bart?
So yes, good evening, council. I did want to add some information in here to put something in perspective, and that is that when we assemble the plan, we take the best available data. And unfortunately, that's CAL FIRE and these FRAP maps and the maps that they put together to create fire severity zones are lagging behind. I mean, you look at all the fires that that the state has had for the last several years. So technology to go through an improvement is certainly delayed by several years because people have been out fighting fires. And so if you have some issues, it's the state. There are other ways to go through and create an update of that. Sonoma County did it when we did their hazard mitigation plan. But when you go through and look at all that as you do the risk rankings, all the risk rankings that you see in this document are based upon data that is provided to us from other government sources. So it's not something that Tetra Tech creates. It's not something the county creates. It's something that we collect either from USGS for earthquakes or CAL FIRE information or things like that. Or, like when we do tsunamis, et cetera, we collect that from valid agencies that CAL FIRE and FEMA have recognized. So that gives you a little perspective. Unfortunately, we're behind, and I apologize for that, but that's kind of up to the state. We have to kind of use the information that they provide.
Thanks. I get that. So that brings up something. I think it's important to note to our community that wildfire is not the only hazard that is taken into account in this enormous plan. There's tsunami, drought, flooding, landslides, earthquake, and then broad climate change and severe weather, even dam failure. I think that's really important to note. So as Jeremy said, there was a lot of back and forth with the county over our chapter of the plan due to the perceived inaccuracies. And I think they probably are inaccuracies. But my question, I guess, to both Bart and Dan, as it is right now, if we approve it as it is right now in its imperfect form, will that be a detriment to us in the future?
No.
Absolutely not.
It's a short answer, no. And the reason being is, as Jeremy indicated, is that you have to approve the plan to be able to go in and change it. You have to, I'm sorry, not approve. You have to adopt the plan to go in and change it. You have to adopt the plan to be eligible for grant funding. And thank you for pointing out all the other hazards that the county is subject to. And so there are a lot of other things like flooding and drought and severe weather. So there are a lot of other opportunities for grants. And the amount of money that's available through the BRIC program, the Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities, as well as the COVID mitigation money is substantial. And so I would hate for the town to miss out on that. What I would suggest is for you to adopt the plan and then put into place, and Jeremy knows how to do this, is a maintenance portion of it and say, we would like to create a study. We would like to apply for a grant to get a study to look at certain things to make the necessary updates. I wouldn't call them corrections, but updates to the factors that have gone into assembling the plan. FEMA and Cal OES definitely recognize that over the course of 5 years, things change. And during that time period, it's incumbent upon jurisdictions, whether it's Portola Valley or Coma or Pacifica, to go through and identify those updates and say, hey, let's put those in here. Good.
And just as a reminder, this is a 5-year plan with 1-year updates, and we are already scheduling in the next month or so the first year updates. So there will be changes from different jurisdictions with similar interests in other areas, of course. And this might be yours as an example, where then we would note that, and then, as Bart said, try to seek a grant to upgrade, the understanding of the fire risk in your particular jurisdiction.
Mary Ann, 2 additional points I'd like to make. To what Bart was describing, much of that is underway. And it's underway in particular at the Woodside Fire Protection District level. The CPAW grant, the Community Partners Assistance for Wildfire Grant, in part is expected to fund the foundation for a community wildfire protection plan for the entire district in lieu of 2 cities and the county. So those would be the kinds of things that we can start to bring forward that can help adjust the ranking. But the ranking is not a proxy for how anyone understands, feels, perceives, or otherwise knows fire danger risk in our community. Period. I don't have much additionally to say related to that. Based on some of the public commentary, I'm sorry that seemed to be some impression that was associated with it, but that is not accurate.
Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks, all of you. I think there's a lot of confusion around what this document is, why it's important, and why it's really critical that we adopt it. Thank you.
John.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's also might be helpful to really stress the notes that Dan and Bart pointed out too, and Jeremy as well, that the real point of this whole document is to basically generally state what the hazards are that exist in our community overall. They're not specific hazards necessarily, not like a specific spot that is going to have a particular issue, but it's more of a general compilation of all the possible hazards that might come our way, so that we can, when they do come, we can point to the fact that we've prepared in some manner for them. Isn't that right, Jeremy? And as I understand it, we have quite a list of hazards in our town. I mean, it's the hazards that have been entered into our section of the document are fairly substantial.
Yes. I would note, I mean, this isn't a perfect apples to oranges comparison, but as I've reviewed other jurisdictions, we have more action items and measures. We certainly have more associated with fire only than other similar jurisdictions. But unfortunately, that doesn't reflect the risk ranking.
But really the main issue here is to have them identified in order to be able to apply for grants in relation to those hazards.
Correct. And the identification is Bart and Dan were saying is associated, in fire, at least in this case, is to the CAL FIRE maps, and that's why it looks the way that it does.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions? I have one. So we focused on making modifications or updates over the coming years on the risk assessment side and the kind of descriptive side. Do we also have the opportunity, presumably over the coming 5 years, to update the mitigation strategy? So if there were some mitigation that we don't have contemplated in our current draft of the document, which I think is quite extensive and comprehensive, but if 2 years, 3 years from now, we come up with some new thing we'd like to do, we'd have an opportunity to add that and then be eligible to apply for grants for that project as well.
Yeah, and actually, Bart, if you want to take that on, I think you can speak to that much more fluently than I can.
Sure, Mayor. So good question. Is that, as it's been said tonight, it is a living document. So as you go through over the course of the next 5 years, if the priorities of the town changes, if funding becomes available, you certainly can put action items in. You can take action items out. They don't all have to be mitigation related, but the funding, the avenue for doing that is the hazard mitigation plan. And so I would kind of point to one thing that mitigation is one of the elements in the emergency management wheel. And as I was talking with Jeremy and Dan earlier tonight, is that, you look at some of the hazards that the town faces, whether it's earthquake, flooding, fire, is, the one big thing that they're working on right now is the zone haven effort and the evacuation planning effort. And so if you wanted to put an action item in that related to evacuation planning for the town, I heard some people talking about it on one of the committees tonight. And so you could put that effort in. And so the mitigation also is a launching point for being able to take to like your emergency preparedness committee and saying, okay, what are the things that we're doing to get the town prepared? Do people have to-go bags ready? Do people have, the evacuation maps to get out of town? Basically, the town has two ways in and out. And so, if those become congested or something like that, so it's doing some public education. So the mitigation is a launching point for others. And so, Mayor, going back to your point, you could add action items in that relate to mitigation as it leads into other areas like preparedness.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no other, yes, Sarah, go ahead.
No, I just, before we moved on, just wanted to really thank Dan and Bart for being here. And I'm assuming we're going into public comment. And I know there was high interest in this. And I even saw some postings, particularly from PVNU, about, this whole situation. So I hopefully you can get your answers directly here tonight. And again, I'm just trying to really highlight transparency and communication. And so hopefully this is providing an opportunity for that. So I look forward to I'm just thankful that you guys are here, and hopefully this will address the concerns of the public.
Okay, with that, we will go to public comments. So I see the first hand up is from Robert Young.
Good evening. I really appreciate this time. I think I'm confused, and I really appreciate being able to get this clarified. If I understand, the county had a document that came out that they pre-filled in. There are a number of other towns and cities in this. Did any of those other, this is probably a question for Dan or Bart too, did any of the other towns or cities change that to update it? And if they did, why did they do it? If that's not important to do, why didn't they just let it go in the way it is? Thank you.
Mayor, would you like me to answer that question for you?
Yes, please.
Okay. So as you go through and do risk rankings, the FEMA and Cal OES are more interested in whether it's a high, medium, or low than they are an actual number. We put the number in there kind of as an identifier, but they're more interested in high, medium, and low. For a jurisdiction to be able to change it from one level to another, they have to have justification, and it can't be, well, it could happen. Because you could say, well, flooding could happen, and therefore, there are a lot of different factors that go into being able to justify the move from like low to medium or medium high. So one of those would be if you were in Pescadero, you could say yes, because we recently had a fire, and because there's a lot of drought and climate change out in this area, we want to change the risk rankings in the Pescadero area from medium to high. So there are more than just, yeah, it's dry and things like that, factors for changing fire. It would be, you would have to have a recent earthquake to say, oh yeah, because we're right on the fault line, but the fault line runs pretty much right through San Mateo County. So you would have to have a recent event or incident to be able to justify some of the increases in ranking.
So other cities did change this? And
I believe they did, but they did it based upon recent occurrences, not because I think one of the cities up north changed it because there have been some fires on San Bruno Mountain. So they did that because there was the justification of that. But we had some cities or jurisdictions that said we'd like to change it. And I said, okay, Cal OES and FEMA are going to ask what's the justification for changing it. And it had to stay that way because of the criteria that both the certifying agencies lay out. It's not a Tetra Tech criteria. It's what we go through with Cal OES and FEMA.
So would our Moritz mapping that I understand that we did a number of years ago, would that qualify for something that we should put in?
I've spoken with the town manager about that, and that's something that we can look at in the future.
So as part of an update, we can do that to
Yes.
replace where appropriate. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Robert. Next is Rita Comas. Rita, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. On December 8th, after that meeting or during that meeting, it was understood that there was going to be another meeting before December 20th, so that there can be some discussion from the public, because the public made many comments on the December 8th meeting saying that, hey, this information is incorrect. How could it be signed on behalf of the town when this information is so incorrect and puts our safety in question? But then that was changed. It's like, no, it didn't need to be signed by December 20th, and it was going to be followed up at a later meeting. And then it was in the Emergency Preparedness Committee's agenda, and it was then moved on to the next meeting. And so, the residents have been waiting, and I'm sure, you referred to someone referred to my message that I put on the PV forum from PVNU earlier today. But, the residents were expecting some type of discussion on this particular item, and not be just limited to this 3-minute stop clock, to have an actual discussion on this particular item. And here we are getting it all tidied up and said, oh, well, we have to sign it, even though, and it's incorrect. If it misspelled Portola Valley, would it also be signed and say, oh, we can correct that in the future? But that's getting off the point. But we have 2 other really important items that are coming up: the safety element and the evacuation plan. And the public have been asking to be part of that and not just be limited to the 2 minutes and 3 minutes, questions and comments. So I ask you to please let the residents be part of that, because we can't pursue more housing in this town until we have these meetings with the residents and get their questions and comments out there so that the other people can hear it and see who's in the room. We have to figure out a way to do that, because it says 58 attendees. I'm not sure if that's been updated or not, but I'd like to see my fellow neighbors. And people have been very passionate about these particular things. And it's like, this is missed. This is a missed opportunity. We have very smart people in this town, but you're asking us to let someone sign something that's incorrect, misrepresentation of our beautiful town that puts us possibly at risk. And I'd like to know how many grants have been put in for in the last 5 years, in the last go round, if that could be answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. I think there were a number of items of misinformation in there. This item has actually been circulating around in public for a long time. I think it was in the weekly message back in March and July, both of last year. It's circulated through numerous committees at this point. I think PV&U, you have a great opportunity to have as much discussion with your neighbors as you want. You're called Neighbors United. You're welcome to have meetings at any time with fellow residents to discuss items that are in front of the town and then bring those items to the council. We've had a lot of commentary on this. We've had a lot of expert involvement now and helpful clarification from Dan and Bart, and some great work that staff has done to help clarify this item from where it was when it came to us December 8th, when I think a lot of us were confused. I think we understand it a lot better now. Next up is Bob Turcott. Bob, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to thank the council for pulling the hazard mitigation plan from the consent agenda back on December 8th for further consideration, and for the town manager for the additional information he's provided about the plan today. As I understand it, the Volume 1 county data that so dramatically underrepresents our risk was derived from the CAL FIRE maps, which incorporate the moderate, high, and very high fire hazard designations made by the local jurisdictions. This is why Woodside's very high fire hazard severity zone is so large on the CAL FIRE map. Woodside adopted the fire district's findings, and CAL FIRE incorporated their designation into the map. It seems to me that the responsibility for the mischaracterizations of the Volume 1 data lies not with the county or the staff or with CAL FIRE. It lies with all the town councils since 2008 that have elected not to designate any moderate, high, or very high fire hazard severity zones in Portola Valley. Regarding Portola Valley's chapter in Volume 2, the methodology of the plan, the formal letter of intent from the town, and Table 15.1 of Volume 2 make it clear that, quote, this annex was developed by the local hazard mitigation planning team, unquote, and goes on to name specific members of the town staff who presumably conducted this work under the supervision of the mayor and the vice mayor. It's worth citing for the record just how egregiously our hazard is misrepresented. Table 12 of our chapter in Volume 2 lists risk ranking score assigned to our natural hazards. Our risk scoring is precisely identical to what Woodside assigned for each of its natural hazards. Precisely identical, except for wildfire. Woodside identifies wildfire as its highest risk by far. In contrast, Portola Valley assigns it approximately 1/3 the risk cited by Woodside. Far below earthquake, far below landslide, it's even lower than weather. It's barely greater than flooding and barely within the medium risk range. This plan is a clear example of why it's critically important to have the public meaningfully engaged in work such as this. I urge the council to adopt this approach, include the public in the revision of the safety element and another planning and policy development that affects life safety, so that a year from now, we're not having the same conversation about issues that are even more consequential than FEMA's hazard mitigation plan. Thank you.
Mayor, can I respond to that one?
Yes, I think there were a couple things that were worth correcting there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll start. That is simply not true. The FEMA map, and Dan and Bart, please correct me if I get this wrong. The FEMA map incorporates the very high fire severity zones, regardless of the fact that we didn't adopt them in 2009 has no bearing on this hazard risk. The reason that the hazard risk is ranked lower than we think it should be is partly because the maps are probably inaccurate, and partly because it doesn't incorporate the high and moderate risks. It focuses on the very high fire severity zone. That's simply the fact that the council in 2009 did not adopt those maps does not have any bearing on this. That information was still incorporated in this. We got a low ranking regardless. That's the main thing I want to say to correct that. But if there's anything else you want to add, Craig, please.
Yeah, I think on the second point that Bob made on the scoring algorithm was performed by town staff, but perhaps Jeremy and Dan and Bart, you could clarify. My understanding is that they were applying a scoring system developed by the county and by Tetra Tech, and so they were essentially constrained in how they were arriving at those scores based on the data that they were feeding into a scoring system that was provided for them. Is that a correct understanding?
Something
on this one?
Bart,
yeah, this is Bart. Let me take that. So as we put together the risk rankings, again, we're looking at high, medium, and low, and there are a lot of factors that go into that. The number is irrelevant. So it may be 9 or 29 or something like that. It's really a medium that they're looking at. So when Cal OES and FEMA look at that, they're looking at that. When they also look at the FRAP maps, they're looking at the fire severity zone, whether the town council adopted those or not, those are still included, and that's information. And so the council member is correct, is that the information that we get from CAL FIRE includes every aspect of the county. So whether the council has adopted it or not is irrelevant. The way that they arrive at things and put it all together, there's a lot of factors that go into how a fire severity zone is created. And that's really a CAL FIRE calculation. And so we just take the data that's provided by them and put it into there. And so if you want to change the number from 9 to 29, it's not going to change anything. Your medium stays medium and things like that. If you want to change the medium to something else, then you have to adopt the plan to do that. That's the process that is set in place. That's not a Tetra Tech process. That is a Cal OES and a FEMA, the way things are done. And so we just abide by that.
Thank you. That was what I meant, is that the formula is coming externally. I didn't mean specifically it was coming from you. It was coming to us via you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next up is Ronald Eastman. Ronald.
Yes, hi. Thank you for taking my question, for my comment. I was just wondering if anyone has actually reached out to FEMA to find out how this information is used, because it seems like they're asking for it. There must be a purpose in it, and that purpose may rely upon the information being accurate. But I want to underscore what Rita Comes and Bob Turcott have said. I think that this hazard mitigation plan makes it clear, makes it imperative, really, that the community be involved in development of the safety element update and the evacuation plan. We live here, we know where the problems lay, and these are the matters which affect our property and our lives, and they are immense, and there are so many capable citizens ready and willing to step forward and help make sure that these things are done right. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Next up is Rusty Day.
Thank you. I should leave it where Ron left it because he's making the truly important point. It's not about water under the bridge. What happened here, it's done. And I think the reality is it can't be changed. The only choice we have is to adopt it. And then maybe if we adopt it, then I think we're told we can update it. We can't correct it because that would acknowledge that it was wrong. But I do want to point out a couple of questions I have about it, and then I want to make the most important points. We've heard council members and staff tell us this assessment is wrong and needs to be changed. But I've not heard anyone acknowledge just what's wrong about it and exactly what change needs to be made. I'd like to hear an answer to that when I finish my comments. I've also heard that we have to have a basis to change the risk ranking, an objective professional assessment of town that showed there were very high fire hazard severity areas throughout town, far beyond those identified by CAL FIRE. I assume that would provide such a basis. I've heard councilmen all say that it doesn't matter that the town didn't adopt CAL FIRE and Woodside's recommendations because they're already incorporated. Well, that's not actually true. Woodside adopted CAL FIRE, but they also adopted Woodside Fire Protection District's expanded designation of wildfire, very high hazard severity areas throughout town. And that's why their score, their risk ranking is 52, not 18. And I think we should hear from Dan, how will the low ranking and low risk exposure that we state in this document for wildfire risk affect the scoring of our grant requests for wildfire mitigation when compared to communities like Woodside or Hillsborough or Belmont or San Carlos or Redwood City with much higher rankings and exposures to wildfire risk reported to FEMA? That brings me around to my most important point, the point that I think we all should focus on here. That is, this document is the product of the staff working with consultants without citizen participation or oversight. That's why the document is in the shape it's in. We're now engaged in an evacuation capacity study, a safety element update, and an evacuation plan with no citizen participation or oversight. We're setting ourselves up to repeat the very same mistake we're dealing with tonight. Let's not do that. Don't make that same mistake, Town Council. Change your process. Open the process up to citizen participation and engagement so we can get this right. Our lives depend on it. Thank you.
I see two council member hands up. Marianne. You're on mute, Marianne.
You're muted.
This is a county multi-jurisdictional document. It had a robust public outreach process between February and August of last year. You can go onto the website of the county and look at every single public meeting. To say that this was done with staff and consultants and no public comment or input is just patently false. Thank you.
Dan, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, Dan.
But just reiterate again, I think the question was raised about how the rating may impact the town of Portola Valley. And I'll just have to reiterate once again that we have to rely on the FRAP map. We've acknowledged that it's a number of years old and that it could use improvement. And we have to rely on that data as it gets recorded and submitted to FEMA. FEMA's eyes don't see this any differently. They see the risk in the entirety of the county of San Mateo, Portola Valley notwithstanding. And we can, as Bart mentioned, take this up at the next opportunity to see if a grant can identify a greater risk as has been identified. However, in the end, it will not impact FEMA's view in terms of fire risk in this county.
Thank you. Jeff, you have your hand up.
I will reiterate what Mary Ann said. This has been a public process. Also, look, staff has been handling this and has been working with both the county and FEMA to correct the maps and will continue to do so. And so this, again, this questioning of staff's motives, this maligning of staff and their intentions is really it's completely uncalled for. And, our process, the safety element will be a public process. You will be invited to participate. We'd love for this to be happening a little faster than it is. That is, we're still waiting on lots of information for that. The public will be invited to participate. Staff is, staff works with the council at all points on this and has done, in my opinion, a very good job of representing our interests as a council on doing this. So I'm tired of this sort of implication that because the staff is directing some of these things, because they have the technical expertise to do so, that they are somehow to blame for this, or that they are not acting in our interests. It is simply, again, it's simply unfair to them.
John, you have your hand up also.
Yeah, I'd like to just point out that another avenue of public input that has been around for a while that a lot of people probably aren't aware of is the County Emergency Services Council. I've been the representative from our town on that council for at least 10 years, maybe a few more than that. And this product has come through our committee. That committee, the representatives from all 20 towns in the county are there, and it's been discussed and described and had opportunity for public input as far back as I can remember. So the notion that this has been done in any way in secret is totally absurd.
Thank you. Yeah, and I would just add to what Jeff said about public process. All of the items that Rusty talked about have gone through extensive public process and will continue to. The evacuation plan that he was deriding as being somehow done in secret by staff. The RFP for that was approved by the EPC and the chair of EPC before it even went out. So the scope, the discussion about the process, et cetera, obviously the primary work for that is being done by staff. They're employed by the town in order to do this work. They spend their full professional lives on this stuff. They understand all of the technical details that seem to be escaping many of you out there. So we're trying to help everybody understand what this document is. Staff, I think, has done a tremendously good job, both within the town and in the county, of putting this complex multi-jurisdictional document, assessing all kinds of hazards together. So thank you. Next public comment is Mary Hufty. Go ahead, Mary.
Well, hi. I am speaking for Portola Valley Neighbors United. In fact, each of us as individual neighbors speaks as ourselves. We do not speak as Portola Valley Neighbors United. I, at this moment, am speaking as Portola Valley Neighbors United. And I guess I just gotta thank you guys for putting up with all this. And I see the discomfort on your faces. I would have to say that what I don't see is the experts on, I guess I'm just pointing out the format which we're dealing with right now, because you have two experts here, Don and Barb, and we don't see them. We just see your uncomfortable faces, feeling badly that we're not representing ourselves well, or we're not talking to you clearly, or maybe we're lying. Whatever we're doing, we're just expressing our concern. But it would be nice to be able to see the speakers and the people who were the experts that are supposed to be reassuring us. Because right now we're only seeing the discomfort. So that's just a format issue that I'd like to point out. Our role with Portola Valley Neighbors United is educational, trying to track what you're saying, trying to find out other sources of information, trying to stay with the truth as best we can. And it is very uncomfortable to be told that you're not truthful or that you're not trying for the truth, because that's what we're doing, is trying for the truth. And we hope that we're all in that together, trying for the truth.
Thank you, Mary. I think the two other participants have their cameras turned off, which is why you can't see them. I see them as boxes with their names on them. I think it depends on how you configure your Zoom, whether they show up or not, if their cameras are off. But they are here as panelists. If you can't see them, it's because they've chosen not to turn on their cameras. Next public speaker is David Cardinal. Go ahead, David.
Hi, yeah, I think personally, having been involved in various town governments, this is one of the most transparent I've ever seen. And volunteers are welcome on all the committees, which in many cases have openings. And I can't imagine why anybody would think their voices aren't heard. They might not get their opinions ratified, but I'm very impressed by everybody listening and being patient. And I think we are beneficially gifted to have a great volunteer town council and dedicated staff. So I just don't understand why there's so much like ranting and raving about things. I think we all agree, we all live here. We all think fire is a big issue. We all think safety is a big issue. Nobody denies that. And if we have some disagreements about how to approach that, fine. But I don't see any way that needs to become some sort of weird, I don't know, polemic or, diatribe about people's opinions. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I see, Bart, you've turned your camera on and you're representing our local area with your Dutch Goose sweatshirt. So
sorry about that.
I can't find mine, otherwise I would turn it on a long time ago.
That's okay. Next public comment is Karen Askey.
Hi, I bet you we all wish we were at the Dutch Goose right now, huh? First of all, thank you. This has been very helpful in clarifying the confusion about the hazard mitigation plan. And I really appreciate Bart and Dan being here. And I understand it has to get adopted and then we can make the changes. And I just want to point out that I'm still a little confused, or I guess I want to make a recommendation as we move forward. And as you were talking about the maps, I kept thinking to myself, gosh, I seem to recall that Portola Valley was kind of blank compared to the other ones in the thing I looked at. So I went back and I looked at page 339, the red page 339 that had the map in our agenda from December 8th. And it does show Portola Valley as not having the yellow or orange or red to it. And so my request is just when you go back and you look at those maps, if you can double check that, because it looks like it was maybe not the map that you were talking about from CAL FIRE, but I could be confused too. I will readily admit that, but that's the only thing that I noticed, because it just jumped to my head, is just to make sure that we're looking at those maps as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I believe that is just a reproduction of the CAL FIRE map, which has a very high fire severity zone, but none of the other types for Portola Valley. Next is Ellen Vernazza. Ellen, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I just had I guess I'm still confused about what the point of the hazard mitigation plan. So I looked it up to see what it was really for. And what I read, that a hazard mitigation plan is prepared to reduce the loss of life and property by minimizing the impact of disasters. And the hazard mitigation plan that we're proposing to adopt right now doesn't seem to do either one of those things. It just seems to be going for grants. So I would have liked to be more in on this to start with. And Marianne said it was available from February to August, but how, as a resident, would I have been notified that this was even something that I could get in on, or to have input into, or even to read the 800 pages of it? And I was just wondering, have all of you read these 800 pages and know what's in it, or like, how is this handled? That's pretty about 15 questions there, but if you can answer some of those, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Ellen. The town has put out information about this several times. It was in the weekly newsletter that we send out every week, drawing attention to the county's work on this in March 18th and July 15th of last year during the county's process. And then, of course, we've had multiple meetings in town. They've all been agendized, noticed, et cetera, about it since then as well. Jeremy, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you. That was one of the things I was going to say, was that in the last, in a couple versions of our weekly message to the community, we attached to the county's information and posts on this. And sorry, I'm essentially regurgitating what you just said. In multiple updates to the community through different avenues. We've been communicating this as well. I see it in many of the meeting minutes. It was included in a number of my town manager reports. And I to Ellen's point, I mean, we're always looking for ways to increase that. So we'll consider that in the future for sure. So I appreciate those comments. Thanks.
Thank you. And Bart, I see your hand is up too.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, to the last speaker, what I would say is that you're looking for action items or ways to improve the mitigation process. And that is that as you go through this, the driving force behind this is the Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000. And that's the crux that we use to put all this together. And so in the process of going through and identifying the risks and the hazards, the last part of the process is to identify action items. And those can be projects, it can be changing to building codes or zoning codes or things like that. So each jurisdiction has identified various action items that relate to mitigation. And the reason why it's driven by grants is that many of those action items are very expensive and far exceed the budget of a lot of jurisdictions. And so what they do, they also encourage partnership. So because Portola Valley is kind of stuck in a corner there, is you may say, well, why don't you work with the town of Woodside, or why don't you work with Woodside Fire, or why don't you work with the county, et cetera. So they're looking for collaboration in some of these projects. Some of the projects exceed a political boundary, so they go into other jurisdictions. So there are definitely action items that are associated with trying to minimize or eliminate risks and help improve the mitigation efforts of each jurisdiction.
Thank you, Bart. Next commenter is Bruce Roberts. Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, good evening, and thank you all for your participation tonight, and especially to Bart and Dan. And I do appreciate the Dutch Goose. We've had a lot of fun there over the last 45 years we've lived here. I think the frustration that some of us are feeling is that we we were looking for an opportunity for more of a community meeting. And there was some mention of that. I think it was by Mayor Hughes. I'm not sure about, or might have been Councilman Alf's. I'm not sure about the opportunity to participate in the plan to discuss how to exit the town in the event of an emergency. And I haven't heard a timing for this. We continue to want an opportunity for interaction that isn't limited by 3 minutes. And so we'd like to know either tonight or soon if you're going to announce some specific date, time, and place for a public discourse on these important issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is JW. JW, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, it's Jane Wilson here. I just wanted to express my personal view that I trust our staff, town manager and council to do the right thing and adopt this resolution and take on the corrections later. So it seems to be a non-PVNU stance, but that's my view of this adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Next is Mary Jack. Go ahead, Mary.
Yeah, it's Rob Jack here. Mayor Hughes, I have a specific comment for you. I know you're starting as mayor, and I really hope that you will open yourself to more public discussion. And in regard to some of your comments expressed tonight, I don't think the residents of this community are ignorant. They're not stupid. And to be derogatory as far as the residents of the town that you are mayor of is inappropriate. And I really ask you to represent the entire community and not one faction of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize if I was implying anything like that about residents. I believe I was talking about knowledge of particular technical details of this process of producing this document in particular. And so if I implied anything beyond that, I apologize. I see no more hands up who have not already spoken on this item. So with that, I will close public comment and bring this back to the council for discussion. Who'd like to go first? Jeff, go ahead.
Thanks. First of all, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Bart, for being here and answering questions and for all the work you're doing on this in general. Thank you to staff and Jeremy in particular for the work you've done in bringing this forward. Again, yeah, we know that it's a complicated process. Some of it is being laid out for us, and we really don't have a whole lot of choice in the matter. The important thing, though, is that this, as flawed as it is, this plan is doing what we need to do, which is it's qualifying us for grant funding to mitigate hazards going forward. You know, it is recognizing that fire is enough of a threat that we qualify for the funding that we will need to address it. The downside of not having adopted it far outweighs the shortcomings of the report itself, which we will also work to amend. I am more than happy to share with the public what we are doing in terms of this conversation, and more importantly, what we're doing in general to make the town safer for fire. We've had a lot of conversations in public about all the things we are doing. You know, we formed the Wildfire Preparedness Committee 3 years ago because we realized there was more we could be doing. That group's been meeting for 3 years, has done some great work. You know, we're trying to find more ways we do want to hear your opinions on this. But in the meantime, I also I support the staff work, the work at the DEM, the work at FEMA that's gone into making this part of our overall strategy for keeping Portola Valley safe. Thanks. And just to be clear, I believe we need to. I fully believe we should adopt this plan tonight.
Thank you, Sarah.
That was all well said, so I don't have a lot to add. I definitely want to thank Dan and Bart for being here. I think it's very helpful for the public to hear from, our Department of Emergency Management at the county level on this directly. So thank you for being here, and I absolutely agree. We should just move forward.
Thank you, Sarah. John, Marianne? John, go ahead.
Sure, I'll just say I agree with what's been said. I think we need to move ahead. I don't think we should dwell on this any longer.
Thank you, Marianne.
Thank you to Bart, excuse me, and Dan for producing a document that is going to help keep 700,000 people safe. Thank you to staff for working on this since the late summer and fall. And I would like to make a motion to adopt the resolution adopting Volume 1 and Chapter 15 of Volume 2 of the San Mateo County Multi-Jurisdictional Local Hazard Mitigation Plan.
Okay, moved by Marianne, seconded by John. Sharon, could you call a roll, please?
Councilmember Derwin?
Aye.
Councilmember Alves?
Aye.
Councilmember Richards?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Warnikoff?
Yes.
Mayor Hughes?
Aye. And thanks again to Dan and Bart and to Jeremy for organizing both of you to come here and be here tonight to help explain what this document's all about. I think hopefully that's been helpful for people to understand. I know it's a complex document. It's been through a complex process, both the county and the town. So it's nice to finally adopt this and move on to the next stage here. Thanks again for both of you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My apologies for not being able to get the video working this evening. We do this every day, but I apologize for that, and congratulations on your adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, we are on to item 11, a colleague's memo from the Vice Mayor. Sarah, go ahead.
Shoot, I just had it up and now I can't find it. Here we go. Sorry. So, at risk of beating a dead horse, I have been talking a lot about how to improve transparency and communication. We obviously hear about that a lot at our town council meetings. And so I just thought we should take the opportunity to review the things that we are doing, just because, despite sharing it in a variety of different ways, I know it's hard, not all people get the message, and different people like to hear communications in different formats and such. And so I don't know, Jeremy, if you might want to, is it possible for you to screen share?
Sure.
Pardon me?
Sure, I'm happy to. You must screen share your document, correct?
Sure, screen share my document. And then, yeah.
Just give me a quick second here.
Sure. Really what I have here, I'm sure people have read through the agenda, is the list of the ways that community members can stay informed and participate. And so Jeremy will pull that up here. The most important way people can stay informed is to subscribe to e-notices. I don't know if you want to click on that, Jeremy, and show people where that takes you and how people you go right in there and you can pick the topics that you want to be notified about. And if you don't mind going back there, Jeremy. The notices that come out that I think are, easiest to digest, because I know, council meeting minutes and videos are hard to walk through. But if you subscribe there, you can get the weekly update and town council meeting summaries, and those are really digestible. So I really, really encourage people, if they feel like they haven't been informed and haven't heard about things that were discussed, even tonight that were posted in March and whatnot, that's where you're going to see it if you subscribe there. Signing up for San Mateo County alerts, obviously that's super important for everything that's been being discussed within the community with respect to wildfire safety. Attending committee meetings, commission meetings, these are all posted on the town calendar. There's minutes posted, there's Zoom recordings posted, that kind of thing. Maybe people don't realize this, but we're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, and we even have a YouTube channel where people can, review all these town meetings. Let's see. And thank you, sorry. As we talked about tonight, join a town committee. In particular, we have openings, on a bunch of committees, including the Wildfire Preparedness Committee. So I know there's a lot of interest in that topic, and I'd encourage, people to consider joining that committee. If you don't want to join the committee, all these committee meetings are open to the public, so you can still participate just as much, frankly, almost as committee members in those. Those are more casual meetings. I know there's been some people that, are concerned about the limitations of these council meetings. The committee meetings are more casual. There's more dialogue there. So I really encourage people that are passionate about any of these topics to either consider joining a committee or at least attend the meetings, because you can have a great back and forth dialogue at those meetings. Other important meetings that are going on right now are the Housing Element Committee. And as part of that is the safety element. I've heard a couple comments tonight that the safety element is not a public process, and that is not true. The safety element is going to be discussed in the Wildfire Preparedness Committee, the Emergency Preparedness Committee, and the Geologic Safety Committee. And there will also be the public is invited to all of those. So to say that there's going to be a community meeting suggests all of those meetings are open to the community. But in addition to that, there will be a just a separate, specific community-wide meeting. So there are, just to be clear, there are formats and meetings that are available to the public on the safety element. The other, as we've mentioned before, Housing Element Committee meetings are monthly. I think we've had 5 so far. We had great attendance at the last one, but otherwise there's been maybe 5 to 10 people. I know this is a topic of interest to many, so I encourage you to tune in. We have another one coming up on Monday. And that meeting on Monday, just FYI, we'll be discussing the affiliate partners, housing affiliate partners. And in February, we're going to have an update on fire mapping as it relates to the housing element. I know there was a lot of interest in that topic, so you might want to flag that meeting in particular. The next thing, the area where I know there's a lot of interest is on some of the pipeline development projects. All that information is on the website. Number 8 there, all of our financial statements are available to manipulate using an OpenGov software program. And of course, we are also, as the mayor has shared with everybody, we are also doing, the smaller group meetings through PV Donuts. I always worry about getting that right. And we are also planning the community-wide meeting. And so just again, sorry, I feel like I'm being very long-winded here, but I want to just be clear about all the things the town is doing to communicate. The list there lists all the ways we're pushing it out, including dates. So if people have, so I just wanted to get through this, make sure kind of it was on the record that so people can see it. If they have questions, please, reach out. Happy to share anything I can. And I also just thought we could maybe have a discussion if the council thinks there's other things we could be doing. And, as part of this agenda item, would love to hear from the community if there's other things that are not on this list that we could be doing. And
Thanks,
so that's
Sharon.
my summary. Sorry.
Thanks.
Sorry.
It was a long list, but I think it really lays out all of the different paths that we have for communicating, and having it all together in one place, I think is very helpful. So hopefully we can have a good discussion about this. One thing, if PB Donuts is hard, as I've been scheduling some of these, some of them have been, evening or other times, and some people have suggested PB Beer Nuts as an alternative if the timing is right for that. So there are many options there if you're having trouble with PB Donuts. Marianne, I see your hand is up.
Fantastic job, Sarah. She is nothing if not thorough. I also wanted to add a few more places where people can get information, especially given the discussion tonight. The County of San Mateo always pushes out bulletins to us after a Board of Supervisors meeting, et cetera. So I'm wondering, Jeremy, could residents get on their email list?
Yeah, we'll put that in tomorrow's message to the community and put it up on our website. Carrie Chin, who's our communications and community engagement analyst, we're looking at a whole variety of those kinds of updates as they come through. So all of our partners, so everything from the Mosquito and Vector Control District to County of San Mateo to state, regional, and federal elected officials and the like. Usually it's just a click away from there to sign up to whatever newsletters they have and the like.
The other two organizations that I think people would be interested in hearing from are ABAG, and maybe you can get that in the newsletter tomorrow, because that's all the regional housing stuff, and MTC, that is housing as well as regional transportation and the long range plans such as Plan Bay Area 2050. And it's the long range plans that are like the mother of all the stuff that filters down to the housing. So I just want to add that, but thank you, Sarah. Really, really nice list.
Yeah, this is, you've gathered a whole bunch of sources of information, each of which ends up carrying a huge stream of information in one place. So thank you. It's a really great single resource. But it also underscores something that I do, I understand why people get frustrated at this. There's a lot of information we're trying to push out. And I, for one, and I imagine my colleagues do, sometimes I think we literally just sort of pick and choose carefully. So everything seems important, but every now and then you're like, people really got to know about this one, and you push it out on every channel. And sometimes it sort of gets exposure and sometimes it doesn't. And it's not because you all aren't, intelligent and inquisitive. It's because we know we're pushing a lot of things at you, and sometimes it's just hard to keep track of all the stuff that's out there. So I understand the frustration sometimes when you feel like something got by you. We do the best we can. The staff does the best they can to get all those streams together. We have Carrie and several other people are curating those streams regularly. I can barely keep track of all the information we're putting out. A lot of times I get confused and I miss things in town all the time. As you mentioned, we're also, you're always free to email us. I'm actually just setting up a time to walk with a neighbor in the ranch right now, sometime when I'm not walking my dog. I do try to respond to my emails when I can, all of them if I can. Sometimes things slip and I apologize for that. I'm happy to talk to people one-on-one about all these things. We're here because we represent you. And honestly, a lot of the times that I've been doing this, we just feel like I barely hear from people. So, we do want to know what you think. And sometimes we can't do what you're asking us to do for a variety of reasons. And, I apologize. I understand that's frustrating. It's not that we're not listening, and sometimes it's not even that we don't agree with you. We do the best we can, but we have limitations on what we can do also. So again, this is a large list of places to get information about the town. And if you're confused or have a specific concern, reach out to one of us. Thanks.
John.
Yeah, Sarah, thanks so much. That is a fabulous list. Compared to what we did 20, 30 years ago with just an occasional printed newsletter, this is phenomenal. And I know there have been some calls in the past to try to get back to the newsletter for people who don't use electronic media. It turns out to be phenomenally expensive and hard to get out, but I think we have succeeded a few times in putting out individual cards for messages that we need to get out and make sure everybody in the town receives. So, but this is a great demonstration of how thoroughly we've tried at least to be in contact with everybody in town. And one thing that Jeff said really struck me, and that was that a lot of times you feel like nobody's listening at all because you never hear from anyone. And that's happened to me too periodically. You get no phone calls and no emails or anything. Always love to hear from people. So we'll keep trying and to do our best.
Jeremy, I see your hand is up. I don't know if that's residual or if you had a comment.
No, I want to just make a couple very brief comments just related to some of the events and the like that we're trying to plan in the coming months. There are a number that are either associated with existing projects. So the housing element, we've had one very large community meeting. We plan to have another as part of that project. As the safety element kicks off, we plan to have one. There's been requests and totally concur. I've tried to plan a few times a large scale community meeting just around some of the fire issues and the like. And I hate how I sound sometimes when I say what I'm about to say. But the planning these things is an enormous undertaking, and there are chicken and egg elements associated with it. In particular, when I'm inviting people who don't report to me, it's much easier for me to tell my staff to come to a meeting than it is to tell the director of emergency management to go to a meeting. We try to balance not having multiple competing meetings on any given day. That limits things pretty considerably. So there is not nothing from staff should indicate anything other than an interest in trying to get these things planned as quickly as possible and have opportunities for people to participate. And I think as council members have said too, a large meeting isn't always the only way to participate. There's other perhaps even more effective ways to participate in these discussions. So just wanted to acknowledge the frustration that people may have at times. Scheduling is tough. So I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I would just pick up on that last point that you made, Jeremy, that large meetings, while it lets everybody get in the same room, it does make it very hard to have people speak for more than about 3 minutes each, because otherwise everybody doesn't get a turn. And that's why, I'm hopeful that these PB Donut style meetings, of having a larger number of small meetings, will allow people to have more in-depth conversations. And I know I've got a couple of those calendarized now, a couple more that I'm trying to schedule. Jeff, I believe you're setting one up as well. And I would encourage all of you to reach out to people and anybody in the public, reach out to us council members to set those up, because I think they hopefully will be a good way of having some of those conversations. Sarah, yes.
I just want to make a comment, so there's no misunderstanding, because there was this kind of coverage of a large meeting. We are still planning the large meeting. It's on the list there. So just so there's no misunderstanding, that's happening.
Okay, and with that, we will go to public comment on this item. I see a number of hands up. The first is Bruce Roberts.
Yes, thank you, Sarah, for your letter. I guess that was my question, is the points of wildfire preparedness postcard and safety community meeting. I'm assuming those are probably going to be a Zoom meeting, but is this something that has now been scheduled or is going to be scheduled? Is it going to be a Zoom meeting? And will it include the evacuation discussion, or will that be a separate meeting? Thank you.
Jeremy, you're on mute.
I was on mute. Sorry about that. Bruce, thanks for the question. So the timing with COVID and other issues does cloud some of the planning opportunity and effort here, in particular related to what kind of event it is. COVID seems to be on a track right now where we might be able to do more things in person relatively quickly, but I hate to assign, particular dates to that. So the community meeting as described hasn't been planned. We're talking about whether or not there is a need for a separate evacuation discussion, or that can be part of something broader. I've got two parallel tracks sort of running at the same time related to that. There's going to be some additional conversations internally and with committee chairs and the like to see about what that looks like. I would be happy to take any input from residents across the board. Please email me if you've got thoughts and suggestions. I've received some great commentary, and council members obviously are letting me know what they'd like to see as well. In particular, I just want to thank Sarah for all the time that she's put into these things. It's just extraordinary how much effort you put into really trying to bring some clarity to the issues around communication, and in particular, some of these events that we're trying to plan. So thank you.
Next is Karen Askey.
Thank you. I think the town with the e-notices and everything sort of online has done a great job. And I think that obviously those of us that are attending the meetings know about that, but I'm finding so many other residents that don't know. And my question is we're looking for them to come into the website to get the information and to sign up for the notices. Are there some kind of outreach programs that can be done that wouldn't be via email, since all these things are already there, or digitally, that can at least get these people to become aware that they can sign up, whether they're at Roberts or what. But that's my question is how do we get to all those people that don't know? And then I would love to see on e-notices, I would love to be able to sign up as well for seeing the letters that are written by the residents to the town. I know, Jeremy, that you've mentioned that those are in the agenda or the weekly minutes or, the recap, but just having those again be something that could be pushed out to me would be great, because it's a way that I can keep in touch with what other residents are looking for. But it's really, there's a lot out there, a tremendous amount out there, like Jeff said, and it's really how do we get all those other people we're not hearing from engaged? I think the donuts is a great start, and the town meetings are a great start. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Jeremy, I saw your hand go up. You have a quick response there.
I'd like to defer to Sarah first, and then I can.
Sarah, go ahead.
No, thanks, Karen. And that is the tricky part, right? And so the two ideas that are listed here on page 2 of this is we're putting up banners at Town Center and at Ford Field to promote e-notices, and we're going to be doing a postcard. Outside of that, I'm all ears, as I'm sure everybody on the council and the staff is, about ways to get people engaged.
And Mayor Hughes, to amplify something Sarah just said, I have in hand a draft postcard we're going to send to everybody that will have a QR code on it. You can scan, it'll take you directly to the website that has these resources on it. Communicating, I've been doing this 25 years. Communicating with the public is the holy grail of public service. I have participated in myriad effort in new tools and engagement opportunities with public members. And this is not always the case, but often it's the same people use your new tool. And so we try to deploy a couple different strategies. One is to go where people are, to try to engage folks, and that helps bring some more people out, which is a great thing. Also a reminder that regardless of how much we push out, how much quality information we have, how many different tools that we have, it does take a commitment from residents to participate on some level and sign up for things. And so we try to get to that reminder, but hopefully people are reading the materials and going out. So this is an area that is critically important to me and my staff, because it is, you can imagine it can be challenging when the information's available and we're trying to find ways for people to access it. So so far, just really appreciate the conversation.
Thank you. Next is Bob Adams. Go ahead, Bob.
Yes, I am muted. Thank you. 3 or 4 things. First, I don't think you have heard me criticize the staff or the council, and I don't think you will. I think you guys are doing everything you can to do the right job as best you see it. We don't always agree. We don't always see eye to eye, but I respect that you're thoughtful about it. You're trying to listen to what we have to say. I started my request by talking to Jeremy and Sarah and talked about a townwide meeting. And in January 12th meeting, I wasn't sure that we actually got the agreement that there was going to be a townwide meeting. As of tonight, I am pretty darn confident there's going to be a townwide meeting. I saw Sarah's list and I couldn't read as fast as she had it, but I thought down near the end it said townwide meeting in March, and I don't know if that's true, but is that a true statement, Sarah?
Yes.
Okay, so and I was trying to find out, are we going to have a date? And it sounds as though Sarah has it on our list, so I'm confident that we're going to have a date. We're going to have a meeting. I don't think, and I think part of the problem that we have is it really is frustrating to us, and I'm sure it's frustrating to you, but it's very frustrating to hear FEMA or the emergency services group or anybody else say, we know this information is incorrect and there's no way you can fix it. Not now. Now you can fix it later on, but you can't fix it now. All that does is say that government is kind of screwed up, at least from a resident standpoint. I'm not picking on you. I'm saying that the process has all these pieces to it, and it's very difficult for us to manage. I'm not unintelligent. I'm not uninformed. I'm not somebody who stands back and looks from afar. And it's taken me 3 months to figure out how this is all working. And so I'm not, there's no criticism there. It's more that I'm trying to explain. A bunch of us get very frustrated because it is so convoluted. And it may not appear convoluted to you, but it appears convoluted to me. And that's a lot of the frustration you're hearing. Tonight, I personally have zero problem with you approving the hazard mitigation. It made perfect sense for where we are because it's a screwed up thing that we have to say yes to so we can fix it later on. That seems ridiculous to me, but I understand it's the process. So I guess what you're hearing from me is, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the staff. I think you're trying to do the right job. You are frustrating us unmercifully, unintentionally. And I just think, I don't know how to say it any other way. I thank you for the meeting that we're going to have in March.
Thank you, Bob. Next.
Craig, can I just say one thing?
Yes, go ahead, Jeff.
Government is slow and cumbersome, and it looks just as convoluted to me after 13 years of doing this as it does to you, Bob. I get frustrated too. I mean, some of that is for a reason, and part of that reason is so that people like the 5 of us can't just go around sort of doing whatever we want and sort of trampling over you. Some of that is just because it's a cumbersome process that holds us really try to hold us accountable. I mean, we have these public meetings and we go, we have this comment period, and I know it's a little frustrating, but it's theirs to make sure that everybody who wants to say something to us can say something to all of us, and we're not, yes, we do have private conversations, but we don't make decisions behind your back. It's like, I mean, Churchill said it well, democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. It's frustrating. Yeah, we know. And it's, at times it's frustrating for us, and I apologize for that. We're all doing the best we can, as are you. So thank you.
I was going to say, Jeff, try working in it, and not just volunteering.
No, thank you.
Yeah, it's the book that, some of us will write at the end of our careers just about how cumbersome the process is. It'll be a good book.
Yeah, and I think the more you're interacting at the county or even the state where there are 30 million people to manage, or the country where there are 300 million people to manage, you know, FEMA has rules in place because it's not just little old Portola Valley that they care about. It's 300 million people across the entire country that have to submit their forms in the standardized format with a regulated scoring scheme and all the rest of it. So I understand the frustration. Next hand I see is Mary Hufty. Go ahead, Mary.
Well, I think I basically want to reiterate what everybody has said, which is that you guys are heroes because you sit there and you listen to us and you try and sort out what the next step is, and you try and offer us all these things, and we deeply appreciate it. On the other hand, or I shouldn't even say it that way, I would like to hear a little bit more appreciation for what Portola Valley Neighbors United, which is trying to do, which is to inform, engage, and activate your community. And that in itself should be something that we offer that to the town council, that we can do this, that we have put our resources together. We have an educational 501c3. We have a way of supporting the council, helping you all to understand that we consider ourselves a unique and valuable asset to the greater Bay Area that's brought a lot of environmental awareness to the entire country, and that is part of the solution to climate change and to housing and to affordability and fairness and all these goals that we share. And we're just trying to help you activate your community. And so I'd speak to, just in my 28 seconds, to the possibility that we might see each other as being on the same team and working to the same goal, and not feel like it's us against you, but more like we're trying in our very best way to help engage your community, to make a safer place, to make an environmentally more sound, and to make a better world by acting local and thinking global. So that's what we're up against, and I don't think you should see it as us against you. I really don't.
Thank you, Mary. And speaking for myself, I don't see it that way. I think, you know, PB&U and the town have collaborated in the past, you know, sharing information, making sure that what's going out is consistent and accurate. And I would more than look forward to collaborating like that some more in the future. I think that's a great way of reaching people. You know, that this agenda item is about reaching people in ways that we don't normally do. And I think PB&U offers us an opportunity to do that. You're right. And it would be great to be able to collaborate with you guys some more on that. Next hand I see raised is a phone number. I think that is Carolyn Vertonghen, 678-7562. Go ahead, you should be able to unmute now.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hughes. My name is Caroline Vertonghen. I have been a long-time resident in Portola Valley and have been very active. We have met with all the council members except for Sarah, and I hope she will accept my invitation to meet with her. There's several issues that we need to address. I would like to confirm everything that our residents said. We want a collaborative approach. I don't think frustration is the right word, because we have actually shared our professional and our community experiences throughout the years, and we feel we're not being heard. You might feel different, but yes, we are all for a collaborative effort, and we hope to come to a resolution. We met before, whether it was a town hall meeting with Senator Berman, but there's several issues in this community that should be addressed. I will be happy to meet with you again and with Council Member Sarah or Vice Mayor Sarah. And so please respond to my email that I was sent this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Next is David Cardinal. Go ahead, David.
I think I've got muted here. First, as someone who grew up in one of the last towns in America to elect everyone through a public town hall meeting, all for public voices. That said, I don't think anyone in this town has gone unheard. To be honest, I think everyone in the town council could recite the opinions and perspectives of, let's say, the top 20 people who contribute by heart. And I think there's a difference between being unheard and being disagreed with. And not everybody gets agreed with. So we should have more meetings, which is great, and more town meetings, which is great. But that's not the same as everybody gets to have their opinion become law. Separately, this PBNU, we want to collaborate thing kind of doesn't ring true to me. I don't see anywhere that they have acknowledged the efforts of the town to adopt some of the most strict fire safety building codes ever, or take a lot of major steps. I've never seen anything that they've ever said that has acknowledged anything that the town's ever done. So I don't know what their point is, but I don't know. I don't see them as being very collaborative at this point. So I'm happy that we should work with whoever they are, but I don't know. I'm not seeing that as a collaboration so far. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I think PBNU has worked with town staff in the past on messages that have been that have gone out where they've made sure that the information has been accurate. But I think it has been a little while since those communications were being coordinated with the town. Next up is Rita Comas, the president of PBNU. Go ahead, Rita.
Thank you for taking my my message. And as you know, as a resident, first I'll speak as a resident. I just want to say thank you, Sarah, for this list of how we can communicate with each other a little bit easier and get information. And I look forward. I haven't heard an update recently about how we're going along with the hybrid over at the schoolhouse, because I do miss, it says that there are 34 attendees, and I would really like to see my fellow neighbors' faces in the room, or at least, online or somehow as part of the Zoom, and just see my fellow neighbors. And many of my fellow neighbors, they don't have technology skills. And I mean, I've been using QR codes for many, many, many years, but I talk to some of them and I talk about QR codes and they're like, what's that? And they're not good at Zoom, and they're in bed by 8 p.m. And here it is, 10:28 right now, p.m. And so if there's other ways, especially by us being able to meet together, which we have not done so in a very long time, and I know with COVID, but things are changing, but hopefully we can find a way soon to reach out to those neighbors that, they're not up on technology. And unfortunately, because of the storm on December 23rd, some still don't have internet and phone at their homes. So they can't even participate in this meeting. And if anyone would like to know more information about PVNU and what we're doing, please visit the website, and see what we're doing in the community. That's all I have to say, and then reach out and speak to one of us. We're all available. Our pictures are up on the website. Our contact information is there. Ask us a question. Gladly talk to you. Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Rita. Next is Angela Hay. Go ahead, Angela.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Well, I'd like to thank you all for your hard work, but what I see at this meeting, it's nothing to do with the subject. It's to do with people want to be heard and they want to have a floor where they can talk for a long time. And whereas that's very painful sometimes, it's sort of like an IBM user meeting, a share meeting or something where people dread hearing everything because then they feel that if you've heard a problem, then you feel, well, you have to solve it. So I'd rather not hear the problem. And I think what I hear in the town is that, for example, this Zoom, you could easily put Zoom with everybody's faces on. And people have said, Rita just said she wanted to see people's faces. Why on earth don't you do that? That would just make people feel listened to, because it's all very well sending out information. There are loads of reports, there are loads of things on the web. That's not what people want. They want to be stars where they can stand up and be in front of people. And I just wonder if we should have an old-fashioned debate or something like that, because what they want is empathy from the town council, and they want to be heard, and they want to, and so whatever the subject is, it really doesn't matter whether the subject is bikes or trails or whatever. People want to feel that they've had the debate, I think. And I know debates are very old fashioned, and I come from a parliamentary system in the UK where people have debates, but I just feel that when we have a town meeting with everybody, don't just say people can talk for 3 minutes, let them go on and let's hear it all. And if it goes on all day, then at least people have had their say and everybody's got together. And I just feel that, on this Zoom, I've been on thousands of Zoom meetings where people can all see each other. And I think that's a simple thing that could be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. I think there is a number of technical limitations that we work with Zoom. One of them, the primary one for these council meetings, is because the access information for these meetings has to, of course, be published publicly. We had a fair amount of trouble early on when we first started using this format at the beginning of the pandemic with Zoom bombers. I know there was, in fact, a Trails Committee meeting just last week. The committee meetings generally do have the format where everybody is free to turn their camera on and they're all participants. And it's led to Zoom bombings with evil internet users joining the meetings and broadcasting porn and disrupting the meetings. So the reason that we have the council meeting structured the way that we do as a webinar style Zoom as opposed to a regular Zoom is essentially to make sure that we can actually have the meetings and not be interrupted. The Trails Committee meeting had to be abandoned because of that last week. Sarah, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, Angela, thanks for that question, especially for people who are newer. This is how we've been running the meetings all along because of those Zoom limitations. And just to add to Craig's comment, this is a very, very standard format. If you look at what other communities and nonprofits do for these type of meetings for that reason and a myriad of other ones. And we would all rather be together. I think, Jeremy, maybe you can give an update on the timeline there. It's close. And, Rita, I know you mentioned this at every meeting. We all want it. We're waiting for the old schoolhouse to get ready, and that's right around the corner. So.
And Mayor Hughes.
I guess the one other thing I just wanted to remind people again is that we are having a big community. Angela, you mentioned a big community meeting. We are having a big community meeting sometime in March.
Jeremy.
And what I wanted to say was went right out of my head.
Schoolhouse equipment.
Oh, schoolhouse. Thank you. Gosh, it's not even that early and I'm losing my mind. We were hoping that we would have all the supplies in hand at this point to start the work in the historic schoolhouse. That's not the case. We are victim to the same supply chain issues that everybody else seems to be affected by. So we've had delays in a number of the pieces of equipment that we purchased. So we're probably a month behind schedule as it relates to where we thought we'd be. We were hoping we'd be in the community hall, early February, but I think it's more like March. I don't want anybody to hold me to that because I don't have control over when we're going to get supplies. We want to test the equipment, et cetera. And obviously, COVID, we got to see where things are. Even if we'd had all the supplies and we were moving forward, I don't know that I'd be recommending the council to open up the schoolhouse yet. But we're all desperately ready for getting back into the schoolhouse and seeing people again and having that more familiar relationship and communication.
Thank you. Next hand up is Christy Corley. Christy, go ahead.
Thank you. I did attend Woodside council meeting last night. They did have it in person. I was impressed that they had it in person. They are using the same contractor you are using to set up the schoolhouse. And I think that it seems that we didn't sign the contract in appropriate time manner to get it up and running. And I appreciate that Woodside has made this available to their Woodside residents. I appreciate open and honest transparency in governance. And what I learned last night regarding SB 9 is that they are now realizing that there is a mountain lion restriction to SB 9, and I'm wondering what our council will be doing in the same respect due to that written in SB 9 law that says that wildlife habitat should be protected over building. And I encourage our town governance to also look into what they learned last night and to read their agenda and to talk to their I think there was anyway, I hope that you will talk to their town manager. They are putting off accepting SB 9 applications until they learn of the mountain lion habitat governance, which is written into the law. Please look into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. The last hand I see up is Greg. Go ahead, Greg.
Am I unmuted?
You are. We can hear you.
Great. Well, thank you. Sarah, thank you very much for this initiative you've undertaken on transparency and communication. It's a very welcome initiative. Being the last speaker, apparently, a lot of what my sentiments are have already been expressed, so I'm not going to bother repeating them, but I just want to endorse what a lot of people said about public participation and listening. But and it was very helpful to understand better on this call why you're unable to conduct a Zoom session in a group style, and this reference to Zoom bombing. But I have a simple solution that's technically feasible and shouldn't be that hard to implement. And why don't we use a password system? I mean, we very rarely have, more than 100 people ever in this town. People who are interested in participating can sign up for the meeting and be issued by the town council administration with a password. And that way you can protect yourself from Zoom bombing, and everybody that wants to participate and see one another in the inverted commas room can do so. So could you please respond to that request tonight? Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. I do actually see another hand that has gone up, so we'll go to that one.
Mayor Hughes,
Oh,
our town attorney just propped up and put her hand up. So I
all
think
right,
she'll
yes.
have to
I was going to actually ask you, because I know there are legal requirements around noticing for access to these meetings. So maybe you could let us know why we can't do what Greg was suggesting.
Yes, thank you. So I sit on the state's Brown Act committee, and we just had a discussion about this at the last meeting. There with Zoom, you can issue passwords, but that does not comply with the Brown Act, because you cannot restrict access to a meeting by any member of the public. And so if the town were just to release passwords to a select number of people or just to residents, that would not comply with the Brown Act. You have to allow anybody that wants to attend a meeting to attend. And what has been discussed in the last meeting, the last statewide Brown Act committee meeting, was that with most agencies are using Zoom as the platform for remote meetings, you have to publish the password, and these web crawlers search through all of the public notice meetings and obtain the passwords. And if you don't have this webinar format, if you have the password, you are able to access a public meeting. And there have been just, all cities have experienced the Zoom bombers. And so virtually all cities have unfortunately had to move to this webinar format.
Thank you, Cara. So next up is Ron Eastman. Ron, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thank you again. And I just want to mention, I don't need to be a star. So, but I just want to respond to something Councilmember Alf said earlier. And I don't think that criticism, I don't think that criticism of the process or the product equates to a personal attack on staff. And I'm very sorry if I come across that way. Because that's not how that was not my intent. But when you take exception to complaints or criticisms or suggestions from the community by casting them as personal attacks on staff, it just seems like an attempt to delegitimize what people are saying. And like, it really makes it difficult to believe that you're being heard, or more likely, makes me feel like we're being brushed off. And so I just wanted to make that comment. So, all right, thank you. Thanks for your hard work. It's like, I don't know if any of you have ever had the opportunity to watch the Friday question and answer session in Parliament, but sometimes it's always not very pretty, depending on what side you're on. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Can I just quickly respond, Ron? That is a fair point. Your point is well taken. I guess sometimes I try to draw this distinction, I've said it before, of sort of criticism of our actions and questioning of our motives. And it's just, it's frustrating at times. And I don't, I signed up for this, I knew what I was getting myself into. So sometimes I just have to sit back and live with that. There's at times there have been an insinuation that because something is being handled by staff and not by the council. There was a comment once at one point, Jeremy doesn't live here, doesn't represent us, and that I thought was very, very unfair in that particular situation. And again, your point is well taken. I'm trying to be open-minded to disagreements people have with us and even criticisms they have with us. So I will do my best not to resort to that. I just, again, I do ask that people understand that, that we, the council, live here in town. My family lives here, and Jeremy and the staff report to us, and our job is to make sure that they're serving the interest of the town. And I think my colleagues and I all agree that they are. So thanks.
Okay. And I see no more hands up from the public. So if there are any comments from council on this item, if not, we can move on. Thank you again, Sarah, for organizing the memo. I think it was a helpful leaping off point for this discussion. Okay, so that brings us to, where are we? Item 12, liaison committee regional agency reports. Fun part of the agenda. Who wants to go first? John.
I only had the Conservation Committee meeting last night, and you heard all about it, so I will pass on to whoever else wants to go next.
Jeff, you had your hand up next.
Yeah, the one thing that I want to just mention, it's kind of exciting. Peninsula Clean Energy, just along with 6 other California community choice aggregation groups, signed onto a contract through California Clean Power, which is a new entity that the CCAs have created. We just signed on. We have contracted for a fraction of a 69 megawatt battery storage facility, and that will be serving our needs and other needs in California. It's very exciting. The details of the contract are not public, in terms of pricing and things. What I find exciting about it is that it's really showing that this storage project, when you factor in all the things they do for a load serving entity like Peninsula Clean Energy, actually are very, very financially feasible. And we're actually, I think we're probably past the tipping point where storage, large scale storage is going to become a significant part of us getting to a carbon free grid in the next, probably within the next decade or sooner. So it's very exciting news from Peninsula Clean Energy. I didn't really have any town committee meetings since our last meeting. So we had the Housing Element Committee. Sarah, I think, had a more comprehensive report. I might chime in after Sarah has reported on it later. So that's all.
Okay. Sarah, you're on mute.
Sorry.
It has to happen at least once a night.
Yeah. So yes, we did, and we've touched on this a bit. So I'll try to just do this high level because I feel like I'm repeating myself, but I'm also trying to make sure I do repeat myself so that people hear it. It was a great meeting. We had a presentation from Susan Hartman, who's a community development director from the town of Paradise. She was a great presenter, shared a lot about their learnings with wildfire resiliency and kind of how they're managing their housing element. So that was great. Lots of information about their vegetation management strategies and whatnot. Then we also had a presentation. Well, it was a kind of a mapping presentation, I would say, from Zeke Luntner, who is working with the consultant that is supporting us for the housing element. And so we saw some real live maps, kind of the preliminary view of the mapping. And so it was the first kind of foray for the public to be able to see the types of maps that we're going to be using. The step 2 of the mapping process is going to be in the housing element on February 22nd. So I encourage people to mark their calendars for that. And in addition to Zeke's maps, there'll be other inputs. I'm just going to read the list here so I don't miss anything. Looking at the existing maps, CAL FIRE, very high fire zone, the Moritz maps, 30% slope issues, evacuation, access. All of those elements will be considered kind of together and discussed again on February 22nd Housing Element Committee. And then the other thing that was covered in that meeting was how the safety element is going to dovetail with the housing element. I encourage everybody who's really interested in this to log into the materials online from that meeting, because there's a great graphic that shows how those two elements will work together in the number and the meetings that are going to be happening around that, which we already talked about earlier. And so then I guess the last thing on mapping I just wanted to share that was discussed in the meeting is that once we have, the other person that was in on that meeting obviously was Woodside Fire Protection District. And we had a great presentation from Don Bullard, so people can reference that as well. So we're going to be taking all those inputs together and incorporating it into our maps, which will be part of the safety element. And for people who are curious in particular about SB 9, the SB 9 ordinance language that was passed references the safety element. And so as soon as those maps are finalized, that will kind of pull through to our SB 9 ordinance. And we'll also have an updated, or rather an opportunity to use those maps to update our ADU ordinance. And so I just wanted to get that all out there so people could kind of understand how all these things link together. And this is the level of content that's discussed in the Housing Element Committee meeting. So I really encourage people to attend and participate. The other thing that I did this week was the CAC, much lighter material in that meeting. They're going to be planning a kids movie night, and there's a lot of excitement about PV Palooza. Continue to mark your calendars for June 11th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Marianne?
All righty. January 13, CCAG meeting. They hired Ken Brown, Strategic Consulting for Federal Advocacy. First time CCAG's ever hired a federal lobbyist. They've always had a state lobbyist. There was a ledge update. The governor's budget came out on Monday, so that would be a week ago, almost a week and a half ago, whatever. A lot of funding for transportation, climate, housing, homelessness, sea level rise, education. And CCAG has a few asks for transportation improvements at 101-92 and 2 stormwater projects in Redwood City and San Bruno. Let's see, they did an update of their ledge policies for 2022. So for the first time in 5 years, CCAG is going to do a 5% increase for their member cities. And going forward, it will be the most recent annual CPI at a rate not to exceed 3%. So our bill, which is not that high, will be 5% higher. What else? And this isn't going to happen until June when we adopt the budget. What else? Then there was a very technical presentation on San Mateo County vehicle miles traveled, VMT estimation tool, since we are all through CEQA going to VMT. And as I said, it was extremely technical. What else? Reed did a countywide stormwater program update as they're looking ahead to their next 5-year cycle. He talked about everything that they do. They support 20 municipalities and 1 shoreline and the county with all the permit regulating requirements. And what else? And they do this with 1 full-time staff and 35 to 40 consultants. I thought that was really something, because Matt left to work for the city of San Mateo a couple months ago. So it's still a big driver is legacy pollutant, PCBs and mercury in the water, but they are also doing stormwater on the parcel scale, green streets, and regional projects. So an example of a regional project is Colma Creek watershed, where they're doing groundwater recharge and water reclaim. For green streets, they've got their sustainable streets master plan. They've got rainwater harvesting, where they're giving rebates for rain barrels. I don't know if anyone from Portola Valley got in on that, but I will make sure that that is advertised when it starts up again. Helps. There was a report from Gina Pappen from MTC. MTC just gave 19.6 million in Caltrain right-of-way funds to Caltrain, so that's really good. San Mateo County Express Lanes Joint Power Authority meeting on, I think it was the next day, 14th, yeah. So what did we talk about? We received an update on our logo for the equity program. And then we got an update on the opening schedule for the southern segment from Whipple to the San Mateo Santa Clara border. And I believe the tolling is going to start on February 11th. So you all need to get your fast track transponders. There's these little flex ones. Do you guys have them? Do you? Because if you want to go in the express lanes, you have to have those little flex transponders.
The thing you put on your windshield,
Yeah,
right?
well, it's a different one. It's not the big one. It's a smaller one. They're really easy to get. Perhaps we can push that out in the newsletter as well. And then there was a closed session yet again regarding the Caltrans negotiations over the express lanes. Then I had a Resource Management Climate Protection Committee meeting on the 19th. And let's see, what did we do? The BOSCA report from Tom Francis. Again, this was on the 19th. So it's always a little bit of old news, but we are still in a drought, but we went from exceptional and extreme to severe. Tom doesn't expect much change to the state declaration until April or May. The reservoirs, a lot of them are like Lake Shasta's 34%, Trinity Lake's 30%, Don Pedro's 55%, but Hetch Hetchy is doing really well. We're 81% full. We're 28% above where we were at this time last year. And thus far we are above the median. But January, as you know, has been completely dry as dust. We need rain in February and March. The upcountry snowpack has been really good again, but we need snow in February and March. SPUC declaration of water shortage emergency. Right now, there's a voluntary 10% region-wide reduction, and that is against the baseline in fiscal year 2019-20. So what they're going to start, they're going to consider moving to mandatory rationing if the performance is not there. So they are doing monthly tracking beginning this month, and they are tracking the water use through the water agencies. And there is one, and so BOSCA is working with a lot of the member agencies to look for opportunities to transfer supplies. For example, Coastside County Water District only gets half its supply from SFPUC, and their local streams are pretty dry, so they have big problems. Then there was a report from the Water Supply Reliability Roundtable. They are finally, BOSCA is finalizing a contract with a consultant, and this is the group that's actually going to start talking about my thing, One Water, which is to talk about stormwater, gray water, reclaimed water, et cetera. So that we're hoping that's going to get moving in the spring. Then the SPUC released their long-term vulnerability assessment, which covers risk associated with climate change and water supply. And you can see that on the website, or tomorrow at noon, you could tune into a webinar with the Water Research Foundation and learn about it. Okay, so the next thing was the La Honda Community Microgrid. Folks came back. I think just to remind you, La Honda has a lot of power outages and they last for a long time. And their water system needs pumps. When there's no electricity, the pumps don't work. The children have to haul buckets of water from a well to the schoolrooms to flush toilets. So they have really big problems. So what they're doing is they're laying out short-term, midterm, and long-term solutions. So like a short-term, I think would be put 15 kilowatts of solar power on one of the school roofs and get 4 to 6 kilowatt portable power box batteries for the teachers. And then I think a midterm solution is to establish what they call a clean power exchange and climate protection center, where it would be a place where people could swap out batteries, get in out of the cold, or yeah, I think those are the two main things. And then the long term is the microgrid. They actually, have you talked with them yet? Jeff, has PCE talked to La Honda? Okay.
Not that I know of, but I could check with staff to see if they
It
have.
would be interesting for you to talk to them. And I'm going to put them in touch with Anna Eschy's office for funding opportunities. Then our last presentation was Peter Florin from Energy Solutions. It's a new program that offers incentives for single and multi-family homes to put in heat pumps for space and water heating, but they are working with the contractors, not the consumers, not the residents. So what's interesting about this is when the rebates come through, they go through the contractor to the consumers. So part of this is, so it's for single family homes and for multifamily. And there's a big low income component for folks in that economic group. The incentives are high, a lot of money. When I put in my heat pump water heater, I got quite a lot of money back from PCE and Bayron. So they're also trying to train the contractors. So we talked a lot about that.
That's why the rebates go through the contractors, is they're trying to get more, they're trying to get the contractors to basically recommend heat pumps as the default, whereas contractors are getting very locked into a technology they've been doing for, pushing for 10 years. So
this is why they're saying they want that the contractors would like to get a little, maybe like $100 or $200 of the rebate. So they're working on that too. And then there was a sustainability committee meeting on the 20th. And I think probably Scott covered a lot of this. The garden tour has been bumped from this year to spring of 2023 yet again, but COVID. There is a woman who attended, and she actually has her own little podcast book group called All We Can Say for Women in Climate Leadership. And it would be fantastic if she ends up joining. Scott and Stefan are the chair and vice chair, and Rebecca is the secretary. Randy did an update on that horrible bill, SB 1383, the recycle one. Let's see if there's anything else. I think the rest Scott pretty much covered. Oh, they talked a really lot about website planning, what to include on their website, how to structure it, what the role of the committee is, and they also chose what areas they each want to work on and what some of the projects they would like to work on. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I had 2 town meetings. First was Parks and Rec. It's nice to be back at Parks and Rec after a couple years rotating out. Some of the same people still there. Some of the same issues still there. So they had two main items that they spent time on. One, as Patty mentioned, was thinking about redoing the tennis courts to have potentially one of the courts be a permanent pickleball court. Right now, there's some volunteers who have to come set up the nets and then take them down again every time anybody wants to play. And so it's quite limiting. And I think something like that, they had some stats, but something like 84% of all of the use of the courts altogether is for pickleball right now. And so dedicating one of the courts to that and having me permanently have the nets up seemed like it's probably a good idea. So they're moving forward with figuring out the logistics of that and exactly how to do it and keep the tennis folks happy. And not impact basketball and the other stuff that's on the courts there. And then the other thing that they're looking at, and they're in the somewhat early stages of, is restructuring our field usage fees, which Patty also mentioned. And that's essentially to move from a per player per season model, which we do right now. So right now, teams and leagues pay per player per season. For field use, no matter how much or how little they use the fields. But each league pays something a little different because we know some of them use the fields more and so on. So they're talking about going instead to an hourly rate per field. So if you book Ford Field for 1 hour, you pay a certain amount. And they're trying to figure out how to make that equitable between kids leagues versus adult leagues, and whether there's a different rate depending on who you are for that hour. But the basic idea is if you only use a field twice a year, you pay less. If you have 30 people instead of 20, but you're all fitting on the same field, you don't pay for the fact that you have more people necessarily. So they're looking at what all the implications of that are and collecting data and doing a bunch of math and spreadsheets to figure out how to make it all balance out. And then the other meeting that I had was a Trails Committee meeting. And they got through some of the initial items on the agenda, trail condition and work, the update on the new trails map. So they've got a subcommittee working on that seems to be really powering ahead on it. They've done a lot of work in Google Maps to draw the trails out and figure out where everything goes. They're making good progress there. And then we got Zoom bombed, and it was quite something. I think there were probably about 20 or 30 probably robot Zoom bomb characters who started showing up, suddenly crashed the meeting, all kinds of audio, screen sharing of all kinds of obnoxious stuff. It was really quite something. And so the meeting essentially had to be abandoned. The problem with that is that once you abandon the meeting, restarting it is not easy to do because you can't let everybody know what the new Zoom meeting is. So they basically had to abandon it, and they're going to have to pick up the second half of their agenda at the next meeting. So it's the Zoom stuff is difficult. I think we've been probably actually relatively lucky given how easy it probably is to make a robot to just connect 20 or 30 or 50 or 100 callers to any random Zoom URL that you find out there. But hopefully we won't see too much more of that, and we'll figure out how to get around it if we do. And then the only other thing I had was I met with some of the staff members from PCE to talk about a project I was involved in up in Portland, installing 50 electric vehicle chargers at a condominium project up there, helping share some lessons learned from that to figure out how to do lots of EV installations in a way that's economically makes sense for condominium and apartment buildings in San Mateo County. And there surprising number of hurdles in getting that done. But anyway, hopefully some insight into how to make it all easier. And we have one of the largest manufacturers of the EV chargers that actually based in San Mateo County. A company called NLX has their headquarters in San Mateo in San Carlos, I think.
Craig, would you like to make a presentation at the RMCP committee about this?
if somebody, yeah, I mean, if you want to hook me up with whoever the staff there, I can be more than happy to talk about it.
Really hard for people who live in apartment buildings,
Yeah.
and especially our more low-income folks.
Mhm.
Are sort
Yeah,
of,
the project that I did was a little different. It's a condominium building in Portland where the owners own their own parking spaces. And so there's a condo board that deals with the shared spaces and things. And so, the electrical infrastructure is a shared element, but the individual spaces are owned by the individual owners. And so figuring out the logistics of, well, how do you put in the transformer that's only serving 50 out of the 400 units in the building? And then who pays for it and all that stuff. So, and then the logistics of, getting it all installed too, but long, complicated story for another time. But if there's somebody at CCAG you'd like me to talk to, I'm more than happy.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, that was it for me. I see Angela Hayes' hand is up from the public. I don't know if that's residual or if Angela, if you have a comment on this agenda item.
I would like to speak. So tomorrow is the CCAG San Mateo County Bike Committee, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, and they did a plan in 2021. I was appointed in May last year. And so they have a plan and they have roads that are sort of a bit risky to drive on. And the only one I can see coming through Portola Valley is Portola Road, because Alpine Road in theory has a trail up the side. But what was interesting was our next meeting, which is tomorrow, is to review grants. And there are some pretty big amounts of money there. I hadn't thought of, for example, the flashing beacons as being eligible for that kind of a grant. But if you said, well, we're putting flashing beacons at a crosswalk because people have got bikes and they want to cross the road on bikes, then it can come under the bike funding. So I thought that was interesting. And the only other thing I have to say is I've been attending the San Mateo County Commission on Aging, and they've been trying to reach out to towns. I don't know if they've reached out to Portola Valley at all, but I mean, they tend to reach out to poorer towns, and also under San Mateo County Health, under the mental health, there's a spirituality initiative which deals with mental health. So those are my updates on county things.
Thank you, Angela. Okay, if there's no other public comment on this item, I would move on to item 13, the town manager's report. Go ahead.
I have no report tonight.
Oh, okay. That's nice and easy. Is there any public? There is a hand up from Christy Corley. Go ahead, Christy.
Hello, I'm just wondering on any legislative updates since a lot's been happening this week. I understand there is a assembly bill that brings ADUs from 16 feet to 18 feet, and it's gone through 2 committees, and it looks like it might get passed in Sacramento. So can you please comment on anything you're learning with the legislative updates from Sacramento? We used to get these reports from our council people that are attending ABAG meetings, which there is a legislative update in ABAG meetings. So I would appreciate if our lobbyist is not reporting that we also get updates from who's ever attending the ABAG meetings. And if you could give us an update on this bill that would actually bring the ceiling height from 16 feet to 18 feet. Once it goes to 18 feet, it's a 2-story ADU, and now we have a 4-foot setback on the side and back of ADUs. So this is of interest to our town residents with the new ADU law that you passed, or ordinance that you passed. Can you please comment? And I hope that you will comment after my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. We get updates from our lobbyist on progress of legislation through Sacramento, and I think staff can probably get back to you with the latest update from her on that bill.
No update right now.
I don't have it in front of me, so I can't give you an update. Sorry.
If we hire a legislative update, they should be giving us an update on this bill.
They do.
We are
not in front of me. Thank you.
taxpayers. As taxpayers, we should be hearing the results of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. I see another hand up from Greg. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, hi. Quick question. I don't know if this is the right place, but I'll ask it anyway, through you, perhaps to Jeremy. Are we logging SB9 lot splitting applications, and can we make sure, can we publish data on that if there are any instances through either Sarah's mechanism or on the website? Thanks.
Thanks. Jeremy, I believe we've had no SB9 applications either for lot splits or buildings as
There
yet.
have been 0 applications, 0 serious requests. I'd have to think a little bit about what our opportunity and ability to do notifications on that kind of thing. Typically, if we've got a project in town, we do a notification based on the feet away from the property, but I can talk to staff to see if that's something that we could consider.
Okay.
Yeah, well, somehow or other, the Almanac reporter is, picking up these lot split applications in Palo Alto. So maybe we can kind of replicate how they're doing that.
Yeah, well, I understand what happened there. I'm speaking a little off the cuff, is that application was from a fairly prominent developer in town who actually served on their planning commission. So I don't know that it was reported through a particular mechanism that the city has set up, but everybody knows him. So that's probably how it got to the press.
Okay. Thank you. And that brings us to Council Digest for January 13th. Nothing. January 20th Digest.
Number 3.
Yep.
I don't know how Stefan on the Sustainability Committee got that letter, but he did. And so the committee discussed it and they dismissed the concerns.
I think it was addressed to him and sent to the town center. So probably staff distributed it out to the committee chair.
Somehow it ended up
Yep.
the discussion and they
Yeah, I mean, I think all of these things are FCC certified and they have strict rules about radiation standards and things like that. So I think it's a concern that is dealt with at the federal level. Okay, is there any public comment on the digest? I see Christie's hand up. I don't know if that's just left over from before. Christy, do you have a new comment?
Yeah, going back to the last one, I'm wondering if pre-applications for SB9 are going to be reported by our town versus an application. So I think residents are interested in pre-application workings of SB9, as we don't want to be surprised if our neighbor is doing a lot split and they can now put 4 units on a lot, and they can go 4 feet to the side and 4 feet to the back, and we are surprised. So I think it's in the residents' best interest to get lists of pre-applications as well as applications. How does the town council plan on dealing with this?
Thank you, Christy. Cara, this is not on this agenda item, but if you'd like to comment quickly.
Yeah, we don't expect to get pre-applications for SB9 projects since it's a ministerial process. We generally only receive pre-applications for more comprehensive ASCC types of projects.
Thank you. Okay, I see no more hands raised. That was the final committee, the final agenda item. So we are ready to adjourn. Thank you all for sticking with it again this late into the evening.
All right.
Good night, everyone. See you next time.